All right. Going right into it. Going right into it.
Woo! And I
Hey there, everybody. Welcome to Hyper Delivery. We are back for day 2 of Hyper Delivery, hosted by DragonSquad eSports. I am Dunk Zero here today with Wrist.
hello, I'm Wrist, and I'm here today with Dunk.
Ah, thanks. We're in a loop again.
We're looping
Just to
already.
Yeah, just to reiterate the rules here for what we're going in, what we're about to see. We are doing 3 weapons races today. Each runner has brought a selection of 4 weapons, one aspect for each. Before the match starts, their opponent will ban out one of their aspects, and then they will go with the remaining 3 with the first weapon seeded and the remaining 2 on just whatever they get. Yeah, that's what they're gonna be doing today.
Yep. And also, as a quick reminder, we'll also be modding the game. You can see in the upper right hand corner, we have modded game. You'll also be seeing the chamber numbers up 100% of the time. We've removed Barge, Thanatos, Tiny Vermin, and fixed Sack RNG to 3. They have infinite Death Defiances, so there is no escape no matter what. And yeah, without any further ado, um, let's get into the first of like 4 races that we're looking forward to today. First
Well,
one
let's just
between
remind them
oh,
about the esports organization real quick first. So just to
okay.
tell y'all, Dragon Squad Esports, people that are hosting this is an esports organization coming out of Southwest Ohio/Northern Kentucky. They run a bunch of Smash Online singles events or singles, doubles, and otherwise events. They have Coronal, which is a bi-weekly Ultimate Singles. They have Double Dragon, which is a doubles bi-weekly doubles tournament for Smash Ultimate, and they have Curb Stomped, which is an annual Smash Ultimate singles and doubles tournament. They also are running a charity event called the Movement, which is for Black Lives Matter.
Yep. And also any subs and donation money that they receive through Twitch or YouTube goes straight to the prize pot for their events. And any money received during this weekend of hyper delivery will go straight to the prize pot of the next hyper delivery.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get into the aspects and introduce the racers.
Yeah, well, we already had one wonderful day of racing. So this is the semifinals round. We have Ananka, the first seed, and also the bearer of the fastest time, both in terms of qualifiers and uh, the entire day yesterday, and Seagull, who, despite not being second seed, has the second fastest time of I think it was just slightly under 50 minutes. The only other person to break 50 minutes yesterday, aside from Ananka. So hopefully we'll see a similar showing. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, we're doing very well. I attribute that time to 100% skill, by the way.
Oh yeah, it had nothing to do with
Mm,
disgusting early
Nothing
builds
at
or
all.
anything like that.
Nothing.
This is a game of skill.
mhm.
Well,
Well,
let's get our lineups out of the way right now. Ananka, what 4 weapons do you plan on bringing to this round?
Okay. So today I'll be switching up a little bit. So it's Achilles Spear, Haribo, Erisrael, but my new change is Beowulf Shield today.
All right. And Seagull, what will you ban from that?
You just got to ban Eris straight up. The guy's
mm,
too good on it, too consistent. My only chance, I think, here is to tap into the luck pot again.
Boulder Dash, how could you?
Didn't see
All
that
right.
one coming.
Seagull,
Ananka
what will
revealing how English he is with
Balderdash?
the balderdash.
Is that English?
Yes,
Sorry, I
it
winked.
is.
Okay, I feel
Yes.
like I've heard a lot of different kinds of people say that, but I don't know.
Mm.
In any case, Seagull, what aspects will you be using to tap into your own luck pot?
Well, I have a wildly different lineup to Anake. Whereas he had Achilles, Beowulf, Hera, and Eris, I will be bringing Achilles, Beowulf, Hera, and Hestia. Very
All
different.
right.
Mm.
Wildly different.
Oh,
Ananka, what will you ban?
I am going to be banning Beowulf Shield. Shock.
Oh,
Or not, I don't know.
Ah,
Mm.
awesome. I'm actually excited to see some more Hestia. I've rarely seen that in any
Mhm.
racing format ever. So
Yeah. It's real. It's always really exciting when we get to see something that's a little bit different coming out of one of these races.
on that note,
All
pick
right.
your starts and load up your seeds. Check your mirror. Make sure your keepsakes are all in order, and we'll get going.
Absolutely. We're gonna be starting on Flurry Jab Achilles. It appears for both of the racers.
No.
Makes a lot of sense. If you got
Wow.
Achilles in the pool, you're gonna want Flurry Jab on it.
Mhm. Yep. Cool.
All right. So whenever you're ready, would you two like a text or audio countdown?
Text
Text,
countdown
please.
for me, please. I will be
Mhm.
dropping call at this point.
Likewise.
Great.
Cool.
Good luck.
All right. So once they're both
Good luck.
out. Okay, they're both out. So I'm going to give it a short period of time just to make sure that they are safe and ready. Once they're both on the pact, we're gonna get going. So, yep, we have Seagull on the pact. So, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
I didn't script the countdown this time, so Ananka should be very happy.
Yes, no 32 nonsense today. So we know that they're both going to be starting out on Flurry Jab. The best hammer that we can possibly hope for on Achilles. There's really nothing else that can compare with it. I guess Serrated Point. Also,
Wait, remember when you were saying that Serrated Point was like kind of just as good as Flurry Jab? It was a brief
those were
period
the
of
old
time,
days.
but
That was a brief period of time.
I'm not sure how many
I
of us
mean-
believed you. I'm not even sure if you believed you.
What I wanted was to not reset so much.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to do this many resets, which, I mean, obviously we can seed for it here, but sometimes you can go for what? Like just a straight hour without finding Flurry Jab, and it's an hour wasted.
Yeah, that has happened to me for sure. I mean, my longest streak is, I believe, 27 flurry resets in a row without seeing it.
This is why my
Yeah,
lineup doesn't have Flurry Jab. I want to play the video game.
Yeah, well, that's only ever happened once. Anyway,
Oh,
looks like Ananka is actually able to pick up Natural Artemis and Tartarus. Artemis is the god that you want on your attack, generally. We saw Ananka play Zeus attack the other day, but generally speaking, it's thought that Deadly Strike is going to be the better option than Zeus attack. Both of them starting out with Tidal Dash, though.
Is a natural Zeus something that you turn down on your attack because you want Artemis attack so much, or do you think that it, like at a certain point, it stops mattering?
It depends on how early. If it's like an epic Zeus attack in Chamber like 4, I might take it. But a lot of times I feel that because it depends on how many Zeus boons you can get. Like Zeus can do well if you get a bunch of support
Yeah.
boons, but if you're picking up a Zeus attack like even by the end of Tartarus, I don't think I would even take it. I'd rather take Zeus Call or something like that, or Zeus Cast,
cast,
just
yeah,
something
yeah.
that has
Cheers, mate.
yeah, something that has a little bit of additional value that isn't going to be taking up that attack slot. So far, Ananka has gotten some pretty good free rooms, but so has Seagull. They're actually relatively similar here. Seagull getting the Chamber 10 mini-boss, going into 11, so about one chamber behind, but that's nothing major at this point. Both
Yeah.
looking to have a very solid Tartarus.
It's probably just going to come down to the Hermes, right? Like the Ananka's last time. I mean, regardless of whether he ended up picking up, the Artemis or the Zeus, +3 dashes. At that point, you're just kind of going.
Yeah, +3 dashes is kind of gas on Achilles. Achilles is a weapon that scales very well with Hermes boons. It kind of needs them in a lot of ways. Nice early
Wave.
breaking wave pickup. Yeah.
Wait, Ananka's Typhoon's Fury. So, I mean, does that actually make much of a difference? I mean, I know it's
Yes.
kind of like they're different enough, but I mean, is it
Typhoon's
that
Fury
big?
sucks.
I mean, it kind of gets you to the same place.
Well, so if you look at the damage numbers on it, Typhoon's Fury can at some, like the one nice thing about Typhoon's Fury is that it boosts wall slams, and wall slams are scalar. They actually scale with the area that you're in, so wall slams in Elysium will do more damage than wall slams in Tartarus. So eventually Typhoon's Fury will actually do reasonable damage. However, Breaking Wave's ping pong effect, where it can knock enemies back and knock them between walls, as well as its AoE. The AoE cannot be underestimated on it. Plus, it's way better in Tartarus and Asphodel. It only starts to become similar around Elysium and Styx. So it's
fair.
just a much better boon for the general game, and then it is similar but still slightly better in the latest areas.
Yeah, I guess I'm more thinking of like any of the wall or knockback or knock into wall slam interactions tend to be more for solving sticks as opposed to anything else. So it's like, do you roll over an epic Typhoon's Fury because you want Breaking Wave? I don't know.
Probably not, but that's also, yeah, that's kind of a toss-up. Looking like Ananka is getting Hunter's Mark here, which is, I would say, the best support boon you can pick up for this build. When you have Artemis attack. With Hunter's Mark, essentially, Ananka just wants Hermes, and the build is basically complete at this point.
Hunter's Mark is basically just AoE, like disguised AoE.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to chain crits through things is just extremely nice. Seagull still looking for his attack, but did end up picking up Eurydice and gets the +3 dashes. Eurydice boosted rarity into +3 dashes is some good stuff. Ananka smartly not taking the second wave. Second wave actually, despite being an orange boon, second wave is just so bad. It has the unfortunate distinction of being a boon that actively makes your dash worse.
You know, it's funny. We actually did yell at Amir about that, and his response was, "That's okay. I'm fine with it not being a great legendary boon." And we all sort of palmed our foreheads and moved on, because once our main complaint is the thing that he wants, I mean, where are you gonna go from there?
Yeah. I mean, Amir's game design choices are generally designed to make the game a fun and rich experience for a variety of people and playstyles. When we talked to him, he was very interested in making sure that the game is fun for everyone to at least some degree. So like people, and especially focusing on the casual scene. +3 dashes picked up for Ananka as well. Absolutely insane. Insane.
Why?
Also, we have Hunter's Mark picked up for Seagull, so the builds
These are
looking
really
very
similar
similar
builds. Yeah, the only real difference is the cast from Ananka. I don't even think that really matters too much. I mean,
No.
Seagull has Breaking Wave over Ananka's Typhoon's Fury, but like again with +3 dashes, I don't even know how much that matters at this point.
Yeah, it's honestly like it's pretty similar. I would say actually Breaking Wave does still end up being more important than Typhoon's Fury, but it is so marginal with +3 dashes. Also, we're seeing a little bit of a difference in sort of, I don't know, I guess +3 dashes, the sort of level that Ananka has achieved with +3 dashes is that I think that he was able to actually kill Lerny slightly faster, despite having a very similar build. So able to take a lead of a couple of seconds and turn it into a lead of more, take a lead of probably 5 or 6 seconds and turn it into a lead of more like 10 or 11. But
yeah,
that's just you know, Ananka mastery things.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, where like you can really tell how mechanically sound you are with once you throw +3 dashes into someone's hands.
Absolutely. Though Seagull, no slouch. Seagull's been actually doing really well with these +3 dashes. Showing a great level of movement mastery. It's really impressive.
Especially with those shield guys.
Yeah, being able to get behind shield guys and consistently backstab them is a definite skill.
think getting armored witches is also a definite skill, which is what Ananka is doing right now with this room. Basically a free
That's
room.
true.
It's not even a room. Like those rooms are disgusting.
That they are. Able to pull a little bit ahead here. Looking like Seagull might get a late mid shop though, which could be nice. Well, actually, I think it would be the same chamber as Ananka's mid shop, coming in at chamber 30.
Ananka choosing a trial, which is, I mean, if he was looking for something like Hunter's Mark, I feel like, you know, this would be justified. But it's kind of a, I'm not sure if I agree with this.
Did you see what the trial was skipping? Was it skipping a mini boss?
I don't. Maybe it was.
Because if so, then he's deferring the mini boss by a chamber, and that was
that could be,
plan.
yeah. No, you could be right.
Not having any of that, going into a 31 butterfly ball, and just cleaning it up. Yep, and Ananka getting a 32 butterfly ball, I believe, because of deferring the mini boss.
I just ever since I did like the mental breaking wave. Nice.
Yeah, breaking wave plus Typhoon's Fury is going to be a lot of damage.
Ever since I did the mental calculations of how much time going through a menu saves you, I've been like almost obsessively going for like avoiding menus, and trials are menu hell because you're talking and you're selecting and then you're talking and then selecting again. And
this is my thing with that is I think that trial was probably not worth it still, but who knows? We can ask Ananka about that later. Maybe he's done some of the math and stuff on it. Also, Ananka coming into chamber 34, I believe, quite a margin ahead of Seagull at this point. Seagull could get a free room in chamber 34. Actually, Seagull did, seeing that chaos gate up there at the top. So Seagull is skipping chamber 34, so we're going to be pretty much neck and neck very soon.
Yeah, nipping at his heels.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if I would have checked. I don't think you checked.
Yeah, I
there.
don't think I would have.
I think you just hop in.
Like, yeah, Patty's faster, but still, like, you're losing the time that you're losing by checking is, you know.
Yeah, and normally that sort of thing wouldn't matter too much, but like with how tight the competition is, like those seconds are going to matter, and we're watching these seconds matter, right?
Yeah. Oh my God! Looking at that Heroes fight, went down super fast. A difference in their builds. Seagull actually has Zeus Call, whereas and I believe Force did in Elysium. Yeah, has the Zeus Keepsake, whereas Ananka went straight in for Hades Call. This has been an interesting divergence. I've been pretty up in the air between which is better. We're seeing them actually have very similar kill times, absolutely massacring the heroes. I think they're pretty similar in strength for bossing. It's just about which one is better for rooms, and that one I am woefully unequipped to be able to say. I haven't done the math on it. Also, these rooms are going down so fast. +3 dashes with Breaking Wave plus Typhoon's Fury on this side, and on Seagull's side, once he actually gets in there, Breaking Wave.
Yeah, these Dixes are going to melt super fast. Honestly, the mini boss select will be pretty relevant here.
Yeah. Oh!
Or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as he got that mini boss into the corner, it just exploded. It touched the wall and took like 2,000 damage.
You'd love to see these Dixes, though. Just no trouble whatsoever. Well, small rats, notwithstanding, of course.
Yeah, of course. Okay, we might actually be able to see it very fast. Yep. Okay, so large vermin, if you can bounce them between the walls of that arena. Oh, look at him flying around the battlefield.
Nice. At least they both got the slowest mini boss. I believe the large rat is short of the tiny vermin, the slowest one, right?
No, that would be it. Yeah.
The snake stone can be a little bit of a pain if you bounce it in the wrong way.
Yes, I actually need to personally work on my snake stone kill. It's been there's something awkward about that fight. You just need to know what to do in it, and I feel like I don't. So definitely need to work on that one. Ananka, maybe I'll be stealing the Ananka strat of pushing them into that corner. into
I
that
was gonna
pocket.
say we can just like clip what we saw here and study it for science.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to clear out. Looks like one Styx path ahead, or about 30 seconds for Ananka. Going into Hades at 13:29. Going to be a very solid run. Very, very solid for both of them.
Yeah, and even though I think Seagull has been like kind of keeping up, we are seeing that that 5-second lead like earlier in Asphodel extend to like 10-15 seconds, and now it's by an entire Styx tunnel. So
Yeah. Now the lead has definitely extended over the course of this, which is, it's crazy to say because their builds are so similar. So you're really seeing like free rooms slash room spawns slash just skill separate them.
yeah, this is honestly kind of a rare opportunity because their builds are so similar, with like maybe one or two exceptions, I guess.
Let's finish this then.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking like, wow, actually the lead has extended quite far. Styx, it's actually almost a minute behind now. The Styx clear was 14:24 versus 13:20 or 13:39 or something like that.
14:42.
That is a crazy Achilles time.
Goodbye.
It's the time we dream about.
Yeah. Oh, +3 dashes. I miss you. I haven't seen you in so long.
Did he have any boon rarity when he picked those up? I don't think he did.
Did not. 2 days in a row. Didn't have any boon rarity when he picked up +3 dashes yesterday either.
Well, hopefully we'll see that luck extending into his further runs.
Yeah, because that is like it's like a 2% chance or something. It's like a 2 or 3% chance.
I think it's like 2.
Yeah, Epic Hermes is extremely rare.
Well, 2 plus the 20 you get from the
having
mirror, of
rarity.
course.
Yes. So we've got Seagull clearing up, looking like about a 15. Oh, down to last Infinity D. Oh,
Okay.
scrape by.
Taking those
15:44.
taking all those DDs, kind of echoing what happened with was it Ananka who died 3 times, or was it okay, yeah, Ananka did the same thing, which, I mean, dying itself kind of sucks because it means you're less safe, but you also lose some time. It's about 3 seconds for you to load yourself back in.
That's right. Still about a minute behind here. 14:42, crazy time. 15. It's like, it's so crazy because that 15:40 is a really good Achilles time. It's just comparing against, a nutso busted Achilles time.
Well,
right?
yeah, we're having the same problem now as we had yesterday, where like both these times are really good, but one is like really, really good.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Looking like Ananka is doing the standard Hera build. Let's see what he can get. He hasn't yet found a second god. Seagull going in for
Ananka actually has
looks
strong
like
drink,
Hestia.
I think.
Oh, he has strong drink. Never mind. It was able to pick up a Dionysus, which is not what you want to see on Hera, but plenty of other gods to go. Zeus is not one of the best gods to see, but still a solid one. You can get things like Smoldering Air off of Zeus plus Aphrodite. So not optimal, but not ideal, but still fine. It looks like we're having actually a bit of divergence here because they could have played Hera at the same time. We could have seen that sort of head-to-head matchup. But instead, over on Seagull's side, we have Hestia. The one difference in their runs, we have Beowulf for Ananka and Hestia for Seagull, going through with those single shots. Such a cool weapon to see.
Ooh. An early death for Ananka. That's scary. I don't like that. I don't like that one at all.
Oh, Ananka took a curse that's damaging him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now,
Always scary to take those.
He won't be DQ'd or anything for dying, but that 30 seconds is pretty big.
Thank you, mate.
That it is. Picking up a natural Poseidon and Demeter in a row. 5 gods already in Tartarus.
Like we have 5 gods total?
Yeah.
Because
remember, we had that Dionysus.
Yeah, you're right. So he's gonna. I mean, he's probably just gonna force Artemis in Asphodel, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to be looking for Mirage Shot out of this. Now, something that Ananka has actually talked to me about is he actually doesn't mind having a lot of different gods. He's having to play this room very safe. It's losing quite a lot of time. He actually doesn't mind having lots of gods. He says he forces, like, gigantic god pools on this weapon. Having to take Poseidon's aid. Things are not exactly lining up.
Not as lucky a start here as we did in the previous run.
Yes, very much not. Still managing to get the gods that he wants mostly, but still having to play very safe now in these rooms to be able to avoid taking extra Death Defiances, costing little fractions of a second here or there.
Yeah,
whereas Seagull,
the upshot of that here, right? With Seagull almost like he's one chamber behind now.
Yeah, exactly. The Seagull has been able to make a lot of headway here, which is very, very scary if you're Ananka. Ananka going in, trying to pick up the title dash, I would assume, out of this. Probably going to try and sell the Poseidon Call if he can pick up title dash.
Oh, it's not offered!
Instead having to pick up Razor Shoals.
Not good. I'm
back, ladies.
You know what? I can see him not rolling for that because he does have a core boon. It's not great, but
I would have considered picking up the Tempest Flourish. I don't really know what you use your special for on Modern Hera. So picking up Tempest Flourish would have just sort of filled the same sort of core boon role without having to take a slot that you don't use, you know?
Yeah, and Ananka, that is a weird choice that he... Ooh, another one!
Second Death Defiance. Ananka's health total is also really low, sitting at 55 maximum health.
Yeah, and Seagull's cut up. They're neck and neck again.
They're completely neck and neck. That means Seagull was able to save a minute off of that Tartarus.
Well, more like Ananka lost a minute, because that's like a 5-minute exit, which you do not want to see, especially on a weapon like Hera.
Ooh, getting a Light of Ixion for Seagull going into Asphodel. Light of Ixion, so normally Chaos Gates aren't as good for Rail. I mean, I guess, like, when you have Spread Fire and Zagrail, it's pretty good, but, like,
or
generally...
If you have Rocket Bomb.
Yeah, especially if you have Rocket Bomb, but also, like, even then, it's not that amazing. Like, that's pretty low chance of getting it. But Hestia likes Chaos Gates more than your average Rail aspect because of that Empowered Shot. Empowered Shots will get bonuses from those Chaos boons, making it so that you can get these crazy 1,000 damage criticals and things like that. Actually, going up more into the 2,000 range. We actually saw 2,000 damage crits.
Backstabs and stuff.
Yeah, we saw 2,000 damage crits from Seagull the other day on Hestia. So Chaos, very powerful. I didn't manage to see what he picked up.
I did not see what he picked up either. We are seeing him skip another chamber in early Asphodel, so that's true. He's pulling ahead.
Though 19 is scary. Oh my god, doesn't get the mini boss. So may actually get mid chop. Yeah.
And this is really weird because I never see this. Like, can I get some of these, please?
Please. Amir, please. Stop pulling the lever that says I miss Asphodel mid-shop. But who knows? We could still see the missed mid-shop, and we do. Yeah, we see the missed mid-shop anyway, just one chamber later.
It's crazy how much natural damage Hestia has, because all this time he hasn't had an attack boon. He's been going off of, I mean, granted, Splash Dash does a lot of good damage too, but that Empowered Shot does enough to, like, destroy anything, pretty much.
Yeah, but he also didn't have a special boon until very recently, able to pick up that Divine Flourish. We're getting Mirage Shot for Ananka. Ananka then going into a Eurydice in Chamber 22, skipping the last chamber of Asphodel, pulling back ahead into the lead.
Getting it where it counts.
That's right.
We haven't highlighted the Ricochet Fire that Seagull managed to pick up really early, but it's doing some really, really, really good work.
Ricochet Fire, often considered to be the best hammer alongside Targeting System, or not Targeting System, Hazard Bomb for Hestia.
That's such a weird world to live in.
I know, it's crazy, but Hazard Bomb's really good.
Plus
like,
3
Hazard
dashes
Bomb's
for Seagull.
really incredible. Plus 3 dashes 2 matches in a row. That's going to do some crazy work while reloading. Basically, Hestia is an extremely high APM weapon and has a lot of things that it likes to do. It likes to use its whole kit. Cast, attack, special, and dash. With Tidal Dash, plus 3 dashes basically gives you a lot to do when you are in your reload. So that when you need to charge up that empowered shot, you still have a lot of potential damage.
I'm almost surprised that they didn't make it so that what happened with that special from Seagull? Did you see that? The target just bounced all over the place. The target bounced all over the place. At least for me. I don't think I'm crazy.
No, you're probably not. I just didn't quite see it.
That was weird. In any case, I can't even remember what I was talking about. That threw me off so much. Anyway, Seagull doesn't have the lead anymore thanks to that 22 Eurydice. So here we are.
That's true. Though Seagull's still in a great position to be able to keep up.
The fields of Elysium.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take I feel like Hades' Call would be really good here, right? Because you're all about like doing quick bursts of single damage. So wouldn't you want that?
I would assume so as well, but Seagull is the Hestia, the resident Hestia expert. I don't know enough about this weapon to be able to tell you.
Yeah,
I would assume so. I would assume so, but who knows? Seagull probably has a plan of some variety. I don't exactly remember what is in Seagull's pool, so he might be looking for a better hammer, or a better call like Zeus Call. Zeus Call could do some crazy damage as well. Potentially, the reason for Zeus Call is that he's thinking about what issues his call solves. And he already has very good, single shot damage, so maybe the Zeus Call is going to be here to try and clean up rooms a little bit better. So
he has Rocket Bomb though. I mean, obviously he couldn't know that he would get Rocket Bomb, but he has Ricochet Fire, he has plus 3 dashes. I feel like his rooms are fine. It's like, I mean, Hades' Call is for boss damage, right? So
yeah,
I feel like pulling for that. Nope, we can ask him later. Again, I'm not a Hestia expert. You're not a Hestia expert. I have no idea if Seagull's a Hestia expert, but
we did see
pretty well.
3,600 damage crits coming out. Yeah, this is why I think he might not need it. Oh, crazy!
He does have Hydraulic Might running for himself, I think.
That is true. Regardless, very solid damage coming out of Seagull. Kind of crazy. Plus 3 dashes and Hyper Sprint on deck. Going into, actually, only one chamber behind, but it is his mid-shop going into a trial? Wait, no. Mini-boss. I thought I saw like a Zeus on it. I was like, what? Is that a trial? But, no, it's going right into a mini-boss. It makes a lot more sense. You're Asterius for both of them.
And that Rocket Bomb is really helping him out, too. I haven't used too much Rocket Bomb with Athena on it, but the hitbox, well, the deflect box on the Athena rocket is really, really big. It's kind of disgusting. You can clear an entire room of projectiles just with one rocket.
Yeah, I actually haven't used Divine Flourish rockets very much. I high roll for Artemis every single time, and does it work? Kinda. So
well, I know this from my high heat days where I found it once, and it was just clean.
That's
got a late fountain.
Yeah, so they're actually very similar on time now. We had a 33 fountain for Ananka. Seagull had pulled into the lead just a little bit, but that 33 fountain was able to actually allow Ananka to sit and pull into the lead very slightly instead. But it is really neck and neck right now. As soon as Seagull finishes this chamber, we'll be able to see he can potentially get a 34 free room. That would...
Is it? Oh.
It has to be fountain? No. No. Not quite the equalizer free room here. So instead, we are going to be with Ananka in the lead again, but not by a crazy margin. Just one chamber so far.
And I wish I could have highlighted it a little bit earlier, but what I was talking about with that big AoE deflection, he just destroyed an Armored Witch by just firing in its general direction, and it just
yeah.
collapsed all of its stuff onto it. It was great.
Yeah, deflected every single one of its shots. Getting very good damage coming out of Ananka here. Actually using that Poseidon Call to reasonable effect.
Ooh,
able to...
Deadly reversal for Seagull!
Oh, that's incredible. That's potentially going to be... It's not going to be active all the time, but when it is, it's going to be a lot of damage.
And he's going to be pressing that special button a lot, so it's... I mean, ideally, it's just going to be ambiently up.
Absolutely.
And I feel like that boss fight for Ananka wasn't that good either. That felt a little bit slow.
There was a little bit of... There were a couple of little... issues specifically with killing Asterius there at the end, whereas being able to do Hunter's Mark trading from Seagull doing a very solid fight.
Yeah, Haribo tends to have a really weird time with boss fights. I find like either you've just got the phase and it's great and it works, or it's just a weird slog where you're trying to kill them one at a time, but it's not quite there, and you're waiting for your cast and you don't have the damage to do anything while you're waiting for your cast to come out, all that stuff. And I feel like that's kind of what Ananka was going through. The build just wasn't quite there for bosses, even though he has Mirage Shot.
Yeah, absolutely. You need several things, and I don't know. Ananka has kind of assembled all the things at this point. Ananka
doesn't have quick reload though, which is
true.
really big for boss fights.
Doesn't have quick reload or hyper delivery, which are sort of the two things that you'd want. Either you kill the boss so fast that having quick reload doesn't matter, or Frozen Touch picked up. Frozen Touch is actually a time loss, weirdly enough, because it makes it so that bosses, if you get hit, your bosses will phase slower. So we'll actually probably lose somewhere in the realm of 2 to 3 seconds on Hades because of that. Not a major deal, but if you pick it up early enough, it's kind of a problem. We are getting a little bit of instability from Ananka's side. It looks like... Oh no, Ananka's game. Oh no, his timer is still running. Oh no. Oh no, this Ananka's game might have... Okay, he's in the next room. He's in the next room, he's moving on. He did lose some time to his game going unstable. Oh no.
We'll see if his game survives.
On weapon 2! Oh no, we have to hope that Ananka's game does not crash before the end of this run. That would be a heartbreaker. We need to figure out, the community, to be able to have Ananka be so strong, we need to figure out how to fix Ananka's issues. We need to band together
Ananka.
We need justice for Ananka, exactly. We need to band together to figure out how to get Ananka a new computer. Because this is crazy.
Well, maybe it was the game trying to give us an even closer race, because they're basically... Ananka is still a little bit ahead, but they're on the same sticks path.
That they are. Well, oh yeah, they are. Yeah, Seagull's about to pick up the sack, I believe. Yeah.
Ananka finds it one chamber early.
Yeah, which is very nice for equalizing things here. Yeah, Ananka lost probably about 15 seconds to that, which if 15 seconds puts them very close, that's how close this race is.
Yeah.
It's an extremely close race at this point.
Hopefully that didn't make the difference. It would be a little sad for I mean, it would be great for Seagull, of course, and this is obviously a very close race regardless, but it would be a little bit sad if that made the difference.
Yeah, if it's a margin of like 10 seconds or something, that could be a heartbreaker.
We'll see how it goes. Ananka's actually using his call while he's waiting for his cast to pop out, so make it usable as tools.
Poseidon Call does do a lot of damage per hit. It's a big number. Yeah, it's a base damage of like 300 to 400, somewhere in that range, which is a very good amount. You can hit enemies generally twice with it. It's going to do more damage than your basic attacks generally while you're waiting for your cast to pop out. So, actually, does he not have quick reload?
I don't think so.
No, I think he only has dash +1. Yeah, no, that's not coming out with quick reload speeds. It looked like it was coming out fast, but Hera just has cast come out fast. Able to clean up Hades a little bit better. That's one of the strengths of Hera, is just that its boss clear is very fast.
Yeah, and he did pick up one extra cast stone that did manage to last until the end.
Very nice. So ending up with oh man, only an 8-second lead. Actually, they probably were about the same speed on the Hades kill. I think the 8-second margin was
really
about
equal.
what they came into it with.
I was going to give the edge to Seagull in terms of speed, just with Deadly Reversal and all the tools that Hestia has, but looks like Ananka managed to keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, 4 casts Mirage Shot is pretty crazy.
You're going to clear some phases.
Yeah. And now we're going into Seagull's Hestia run, going up against the Beowulf run of Ananka. We'll see how this goes. Beowulf has a very high speed potential, but then again, as we've seen, so does Hera. So we'll see what happens here. Starting out with a common cast out of Ananka, we'll see what Seagull gets. Seagull gets a hammer, picking up Flurry Shot.
Flurry Shot. God, like, I know Flurry Shot's good, but seeing the triple shot, just for ease of use, for me personally, I would probably just pick the triple shot and go.
Yeah, I'm actually Flurry Shot gang now. I've fully converted. I think that Flurry Shot is actually incredible. It's a little hard to make work sometimes, but one of the things that's so incredible about it is that it actually lets you hit damage breakpoints, weirdly enough. Ooh! Oh, what an interesting choice. Okay, so because Seagull saw a Poseidon there, a natural Poseidon, before he'd actually picked up his first boon. He actually took the Poseidon knowing that he would be able to still force the Aphrodite later.
That's a slight risk. I mean, it might just pay off, and it's not even risk at all, but I've been screwed by that before.
Absolutely. It is harder to get your cast off of the second boon because you aren't guaranteed to be offered 3 core boons. So he could just not pick up his cast here. But theoretically, if he does, this was a fantastic choice to have made.
See it? There's the cast. And it's rare too. Nice. Bonus.
Very nice.
What a gamer.
So Seagull out to a great start. Ananka able to pick up, let's see, looks like just more Poseidon stuff at this point. Got a Zeus earlier, did not take a core boon, very wise, did not want to end up having Mirage Shot overlap with Sea Storm at some point.
No thanks.
We've definitely had that problem before with him. I remember, I feel like it was in his world record run or something like that, where he just got offered every duo boon, but the duo boon he wanted, Mirage Shot.
Yeah.
So, like he's learned his lesson from that one.
Pretty much. Seagull picking up just more palms, trying to solidify his cast as a very dangerous weapon. We have Ananka with Dionysus.
Well.
Oh, he does? That's
so he has a level 5
incredible.
cast right now.
That's actually ridiculous. Sweet Nectar is one of those duo boons alongside something like exclusive access that is really good if you get it early and kind of mediocre if you get it late, but got it pretty much as early as you can get it.
I mean, if you run into it at the right time, it's incredible.
Also, Ananka skipping Chamber 12.
Can't do that.
That's the one you want to skip.
Yep. So a couple chambers of lead
Plus
over
3
Seagull.
dashes. What's going on? What's with all these epic dashes?
Now, granted, plus 3 dashes is not as good on Beowulf as it is on a lot of weapons. However, it will help him get across rooms very nicely.
This is on Legacy.
What?
So he does actually. I mean, unless he's running Pride and I missed it,
No,
which would be crazy.
Certainly running Legacy. That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
Nice chatting.
What natural Hera? Oh, I think that was Snowburst.
That was Snowburst.
Or,
That is a
natural Hera,
natural
Demeter.
Snowburst. So that means all Seagull has to do is force Artemis in Asphodel, get Mirage Shot, and Seagull should be off to the races. I would say that Yeah, as far as builds go, I would say Seagull actually has the advantage here. Ananka's gets a better Tartarus, but if all things go well, Seagull could certainly make up time just by picking up Mirage Shot and having a very solid pool here.
Yeah, Ananka's pool, not incredible. His hammer, Charge Flight, not incredible. It's an early Artemis, which is really good, but he doesn't have a lot of palms in his cast. He's got to roll for the... Oh, no! No! And 100 Dash doesn't even get him there. 100 Dash doesn't even open up Mirage Shot, so that really hurts.
I hope he knows. I hope he knows that 100 Dash doesn't open Mirage Shot, because
I hope he knows
that
too.
is... Yeah. That's actually something that I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know that for a long time. And I remember actually getting screwed by 100 Dash not opening up Mirage Shot once, and my chat being like, you're a fool.
Your chat's so good to you.
Oh yeah, they are. my chat is never mean to me. Also, I believe that's a mid chop.
Yep.
Ouch.
Miss mid chop.
Really brutal there.
But Eurydice for Seagull. So this has been a really close game. Very back and forth.
Absolutely.
We've been trading some leads.
Eurydice for Seagull. Seagull was able to pick up a mini boss out of the Eurydice because it was Chamber 18 instead of Chamber 19. Well, that was a Chamber 18 one Eurydice, so it's I don't think you can see mini boss in 19.
That's true.
I think that's true. Yeah. Regardless, going into the Hermes, picking up, rolling. Let's see.
It's gotta be like that quick reload.
Rolling again.
There's hyper sprint. That's good enough.
And
not only does it
then
open up hyper
seeing
delivery, it's good for scooping up your casts.
Absolutely. Honestly, despite everything, Ananka's still in a little bit of a lead here. Actually cleaning up Chamber 22.
Yeah, it is worth noting that he was running on for at least a couple chambers on 2 Braids of Atlas, so he had some damage helping him out. But this is I don't like this Lurny fight that he's coming up on. I've been there where you have to do multiple rounds to clear a Lurny head, and it's not fun. So and he doesn't even have Artemis attack. He can't even find Mirage Shot. His Elysium is gonna suffer real bad if he doesn't get lucky. And there it is. Even with 4 casts.
4 casts, still not able to do the work that he wants. Oh, not even able to clear up
purple heads.
Oh, yeah, it's purple heads. Oh, that's terrible. Ananka kind of feeling the burn on this one.
Probably regretting his switch from yesterday to Beowulf just a little bit. He didn't run Beowulf last time. He actually ran Demeter Fists, where he got the Merciful End run of his life.
To be fair, if he'd had this kind of luck on Demeter Fists, like with the build, it would not have worked out well. Also, I don't believe Seagull was able to pick up Mirage Shot there, so also going to have a couple of damage struggles. I don't think as bad as what Ananka is going to be dealing with, but still, because Hera, despite being a similar in speed to Beowulf, doesn't need Mirage Shot as badly to be able to succeed.
Yeah, it delivers its cast so much faster. The only problem you're really going to see that arise from not having Mirage Shot is maybe a little bit more time on like the main head.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to be cleaning up Lurny. Bluehead sucks. Bluehead can go into that long slam animation that makes it so that it's very difficult to be able to hit him. Cleaning up at 38:19, so it looks like we have as soon as I see Ananka's screen a little bit larger, I'll be able to tell what the time differential is.
Or maybe not. I don't know. The moment's lost.
Yeah, 41:39 versus I believe 42 something. So we'll see once Seagull's up again. Basically, there is.
Yeah, if anything, it seems like it's pretty similar, right? Like even though the build is bad, he's kind of keeping up on his pace. These are good enemies too.
Yeah, his enemies have been really good, whereas Seagull's fighting tiny flamers. So terrible hammers. Yeah. Oh, into a patty. Very nice. Hyper delivery picked up for Seagull.
Ooh.
Patty into the mid shop, into, I'm assuming, a mini boss.
Here's the fee.
So we are going to be entering Late Elysium already.
He
Sea
finds
Storm
the
picked
Sea
up.
Storm. Ooh, he almost skipped the mini boss for a trial again.
Oh, hi.
Oh dear.
And decided to
And
go for
we
it, I guess.
have,
Mega rush.
I think
yeah,
this
and
is
we've
Poseidon,
got a,
right?
no, this is a, I believe this is a Dionysus.
Seagull picking up a second wave. He knows.
He knows.
He deliberately picked it up.
Both of them getting Asterius. We'll see the difference in damage here between the builds. Yeah, Seagull's significantly faster on Asterius, though his Asterius is one chamber further behind. So he is still behind.
And the same sort of thing that we say when we say, oh, well, I can still see Thanatos if, like, you know, their opponent found it early. You can kind of say the same thing for Patty. You know, Ananka did find Patty, which is good, but Seagull hasn't found Patty yet, and we still have a few more chambers to find him, and those are obviously better chambers if you can find them late.
That's true. And he's able to pick
There's
up
the
Mirage
Mirage
shot
shot.
there. All right. We'll see how this goes. We have a couple of chambers left for the both of them. 32 versus 31. This is neck and neck.
Yeah, and
Well,
I
like
don't-
neck
I don't
and
s-
chin, kind of.
yeah, sort of. I don't know who's taller. But yeah, I don't actually. I don't see Ananka struggling as much without Mirage Shot. It's kind of surprising, I guess. He does have Sea Storm, which I don't think it activates on the cast. Weirdly enough, I think it was deliberately turned off or something.
It
But
does not activate
Sea
the
Storm.
cast.
Yeah, but Sea Storm does activate on both the dash attacks and the Bull Rush, so we are getting some flat damage out of it.
I believe he's also got a wall slam boon or two. I'm noticing some big damage on wall slams. So maybe that's coming in. Also, notice Seagull
Yep.
in
There's a Chaos
32
Gate.
has a Chaos Gate. Yeah.
But a 34 fountain for
34!
Ananka! Doesn't matter.
Oh my god. Oh, Ananka doesn't know, I don't think. He actually rolled, I think, to try and find Mirage Shot there.
Oh, did he? Oh no.
Yeah.
His boss fights are going to suffer. His rooms are great.
Oh,
There's the
fucking
third
thing!
one! He's skipping the end of Elysium.
Hey, everyone.
Oh.
We're back to neck and neck!
Shit.
Hey, Meg.
Oh. This is going to be so. Oh, and Theseus blocked the Meg, so he's got another.
Oh, no!
Oh no! Disaster.
Theseus blocking the Meg is something that happens very rarely. I believe it only happens if you deal damage to Theseus before the Meg hits.
Something like
But-
that. Maybe Ananka couldn't wait. I don't know.
Well, it happens to everybody. Like, you occasionally just, you know, oh no, I accidentally hit him with a piece of AoE, blah. Then
Never.
it hurts the kill. But even still, it's down to, that is a 4604 clear for Ananka and a 4616 clear for Seagull. It is absolutely neck and neck at this point.
I'm still really surprised that Seagull didn't choose to take the Hades keepsake. Like, this is the time to take it. Like, he has full health, he has full DDs. I don't know if he's watching the stream, but like, he needs as much juice as he can. And he has a slowing boon or curse from Chaos, which actually, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it slows down your transition between rooms as well, because look how slow he walks through. I don't know if it does or not. It's just something you notice. You kind of like
Yeah, it
zero
looks like
gravity
it.
walks.
Yeah, it looks like it because of the zero gravity walks, but I don't know if it actually does.
Yeah.
I would have to figure that out using some research methods that I do not currently have access to.
We'll do some science.
We'll do some science on that later. Regardless, oh man, that mini boss took a very long time, but Seagull did get a worse mini boss, so we'll see. And yeah, Seagull cleared the mini boss out. It's looking like they are down to just seconds between them. This could come down to the Hades fight.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously I give the edge for the Hades fight to Seagull. Just, if anything, just because he has Mirage Shot, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
His
he's now on
build
the
is-
same chamber.
Oh my gosh. Oh, clearing these enemies out so quickly. Yeah, you can see Ananka having to use 4 casts to kill a single Snake Stone.
That's not where you want to be.
No, oh, using all 4 casts and not able to take out some of these enemies. This is gonna be really rough.
That's one of their layers.
It's a slightly blessed mini boss for Ananka.
But now they are literally Seagulls ahead by a couple of
Seagulls
seconds.
ahead. Oh, I don't see Ananka pulling this through. Oh God, if that time loss that he got from dropping is actually the difference, oh, it's gonna hurt. And it sucks because it's been hampering his ability to, like, you know, grind out like his like world records and stuff. So
yeah, I still hold the world record in a main category because Ananka, it's because of Ananka's computer.
Probably true.
Yeah. So we need to collectively fix Ananka's computer so he can beat me. Moving into the Hades fight, a solid probably about 15 seconds ahead for Seagull. Seagull coming in out of sticks at 49.04, probably going to be a low 50-minute run.
Yeah, consistently, like we're dipping toward that 50-minute mark. These are the fastest racers.
They
we found them.
truly are.
Oh, there's the phase. Yeah, I don't. As dramatic as it would be to say that that time loss was the difference, I think that Seagull just has the damage.
Yeah.
To make it more so. So if there's any consolation in that.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually going to be a more than 15-second lead, and if it's more than 15 seconds, then the time didn't matter.
Yeah,
we'll
Seagull
see.
making that hyper delivery as well.
Absolutely, dashing around all over the place.
It's important to note that Seagull did not end up stumbling upon a second hammer, so that flurry shot is a little bit sad. Ooh!
Losing one of the casts there,
Yeah,
sending it off into oblivion.
Go get it with your hyper sprint.
Even still able to, actually losing 2 of the casts. Still able to clean it up, 50-19. Ananka coming in at probably somewhere around, oh my god, it did matter.
Only 10 seconds.
29.
That hurts. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, wow.
Technical difficulties coming in to save the day for Seagull. Even then, close. Super close.
Extremely close race. Hey, Ananka, welcome back. How do you feel that went? Hey, Ananka,
I'm terrified.
welcome back. How do you feel that went?
Oh god, what horrible hair and bear runs.
Oh my god. Sorry, I just saw the time. That was close.
Take
right.
it, I have lost.
Yes, Ananka, you were 10 seconds slower. Your time was 50:29. Seagulls was 50:19.
Was it really that? Did you see the part where my
Yes.
game bugged out?
Yeah, it was really that.
Where my
Yes.
game bugged out.
Yep, it was really that.
Jeez.
What's up?
Can we hop into a different chat real quick?
Jeez.
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry.
They're gonna hop into a different chat and they're gonna interview us.
Okay.
All right, Lebs, can you dive in real quick?
Yep.
I am going to leave it up to you.
I didn't see how much time did he lose to the freeze.
So I don't know if you saw Ananka had a really bad lag spike, and going into, I think it was actually just around 10 or 11 seconds. And going into the Hades fight, he actually closed the lead
Yeah.
that you had on him. So he actually had a faster Hades as well. So I'm going to leave it up to you. I mean, a win's a win. If you want to refer it and say that, you know, Ananka only lost because of the lag spike and give it to him, you can.
Well, it's tough, right? Because you said it was a 10-second spike, right? And the difference was 10 seconds.
And you won by 10 seconds. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
I don't
So
like
I'm
it
gonna
being
leave
up to me.
you, right, as it stands, your win's a win, though. You know.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Then I would
like. I wish the difference was smaller or the lag spike had made up for it, because I would absolutely. But if it was really,
Yo, Timbo, just to let you know, they can't hear us.
Like literally down to the second.
Yo, Timbo, just to let you know,
But they can.
can't hear us. You're not there to speak.
Oh, they can't hear you.
You're not there to
Okay.
speak.
Oh, that's hilarious. Sounds good. We're gonna hop.
I saw
What
that.
happened?
Yeah.
What was that? Hello.
Hello, Timbo.
Welcome back, Timbo.
So they can hear us now?
Mm.
They can hear us? Okay, great.
Yeah, everyone can hear.
So with that, Ananka, unfortunate luck on those last two weapons. You did manage to pull everything together on Hera, but on Beowulf, Beowulf only being able to pick up the Hunter Dash, which does not open up Mirage Shot. That was real sad to see. You were doing very well despite not having Mirage Shot, though. Any insight in how you actually do damage with Beowulf without Mirage Shot? Because you were going pretty fast despite that.
God, I reckon. I mean, there's a tiny bit of Sea Storm, like Zeus damage here and there, right? But I think it's the bonus cast stone from Chaos was probably one of the saving factors, just to give me any damage at all. And then, I mean, honestly, on that run, I did have, like, you know, despite this kind of boon luck, the 34 fountain, which was, you know, like, wow, this is incredible. The Pat as well in Elysium, like I was all. I mean, even then it wasn't too fast because the damage was so little. But yeah, it kind of made use of that bonus cast just a bit and tried to do what it could.
Well, still very impressive. Seagull, welcome in. You have won this here match with a time of 50:19. How do you feel that went?
Actually,
Sure.
Because apparently the lag spike for Anake was like 10 seconds, right? And this difference was 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
How we don't have to do it on stream if it would screw the schedule, but I am totally open to doing a sudden death Eris race rocket bomb start if Anake is up for it for the winner of this round, because it was too close. It's too unfortunate. I refuse to let it end like this unless Anake just wants to close it out.
That would be pretty cool.
If you say so, yeah. Oh gosh.
All right.
Well,
Timbo, please reshare your screen so we can see this. And then we'll be going into a sudden death Eris rail race between Ananka and Seagull to be able to determine who is the winner, given that there were technical difficulties on the side of Ananka, which is a very honorable move from Seagull. Great sportsmanship all around.
I think it would have been better if we 1v1 Arthur Dionysus attack only.
I will leave.
That.
I will leave. Rocket's better for controller to play with.
Yes.
So yeah.
Thank you for
we'll
this.
start with Rockets.
Yeah.
This
So if you
is
can get us
very
to
kind of you, Seagull, by the way.
Yeah, if you can get us a rocket seed, we can go on the same seed too.
Yeah, let's do same seed rockets. What I think the best thing to do here is for one of you to just roll for the seed and then just tell it to the other one.
All right, I got one.
Cool.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right, it's 3, 8, 7, 4, 4, 4.
3, 8, 7, 4, 4, 4.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, if you can do a text countdown again, I'm gonna deafen now.
All right. Seagull's heading out. Ananka should be heading out in just a moment. Yep, there we go.
Yep.
And here we go. Going into the countdown for this sudden death race to be able to determine the winner of this match. It was too close to call, and there were technical difficulties. In 3, 2, 1, go! All
Never
right,
before
starting
seen.
in. They are certainly going to be using their live split here, even though they're only going to be using the first set of splits in the live split. We have Rocket Bomb for both of them. Rocket Bomb and Cluster Bomb are both extremely strong, but even though Cluster Bomb is slightly better for picking up cluster rockets, Rocket Bomb is just extremely good on controller. It's much easier to aim than when you are trying to aim the sort of annoying Cluster Bomb. Also...
Ananka has to roll and doesn't find anything.
Ananka gets a Zeus cast to start, which is not something that you want to be seeing. Whereas Seagull, even though he only got a common Zeus attack, did get a Zeus attack.
It is a Zeus attack.
Ananka
is
getting hit
ringers.
by the ringers are very annoying. So, and getting hit by multiple ringers, not something you want to be seeing. They are basically just time losses in a can, but still not too bad.
Well, hopefully Ananka will stumble upon something that makes his run a little bit better. You know, I hear that Ares on attack is actually pretty good on Ares Rail.
Oh no, please don't even get started.
You see, when I do my Ares Rail runs, I start Splash Dash, and you know I can take either Zeus or Ares on attack. Works pretty well.
Please don't.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, he is, I believe, picking up an Athena, which means he could play Merciful. However, we do have the more classic build coming out of Seagull, which is Artemis going directly onto that special, I would assume. Yep, there it is, Deadly Flourish.
Yep.
Making it so that he can have crit rockets.
Protection.
You have an epic special for Ananka, though, which will, I mean, it's Zeus stack still, but it'll help.
Yeah, it will help. Rocket Bomb scales very well with basically any sort of percentile damage increase. So, able to pick that up. Natural Poseidon for Seagull. Seagull is basically full build in Tartarus.
He is, there's nothing else he needs, right? Like, the only thing he might want is, I don't know, Athena for Proud Bearing later on, but
yeah,
that's it. That's all.
At this point, he's just looking for, like, more support to this, so more Zeus boons, more Poseidon boons, and obviously Hermes and the second hammer in Elysium. Seagull off to a very wild start. Hyper Sprint picked up for Ananka, though, which is very solid, able to potentially get the Hyper Delivery combo.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure if the Hyper Delivery combo is really on his mind right now, considering he has to pelt down these thugs with his standard Ares attack.
Yeah.
Ooh! Yes, take that trial.
Yep. Trying to get the Zeus attack off of this trial. Does he get it? He
There
does.
it is.
He gets it at rare.
I was just got to pray for a good trial.
Yeah, is a little bit... Oh, Armored Thugs, not the best trial you can get.
It could be worse. A little bit, maybe. I don't know. Are these the
not
worst? I don't think these are the
No,
worst. Armored Witches are probably the best. Or worst,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Yeah, Armored Witches are the worst. Armored Witches are great in Elysium, but their point value is very different in Tartarus, and it's very bad. Picking up a natural Artemis, now going into a 5-god pool, I believe. No, actually, I believe it's still 3. But going to need to take Poseidon in the next area to pick up Tidal Dash. We have Seagull out to a quick lead with a... I think that was a
328, 329.
328, 329 on the clock, whereas it looks like we're going to be coming out at around a 352. Well, actually, since it splits when he leaves, probably more like 405 here. So a quick
About
lead
30
coming out for
seconds.
Seagull.
I mean, once Ananka finds the Splash Dash, I mean, it was a rough start, but it's not unrecoverable, especially since he has Hyper Sprint. He's loaded up for Rush Delivery. He'll have to get lucky, of course, but, you know, I think there's still room for him to catch up.
Absolutely. Seagull coming in here with a bit of a lead, but there is a lot of catch-up potential. Has a first chamber Light of Ixion able to, or I don't even think it was a Light of Ixion, it was just a Chaos Gate. First chamber Chaos Gate able to pick up something. I don't think it was particular. Oh, I believe it was Boon Rarity actually, which could help if he can get it online before he picks up his Hermes boons.
Yeah, but getting Boon Rarity in Asphodel is like cool, but it's kind of before it's not going to unlock before it does anything useful unless you actively avoid Hermes boons, which is something you can totally do.
I'm a big fan of Boon Rarity in Tartarus, but in Asphodel it's a little bit stinkier. Rolling Away Typhoon's Fury defined. Well, Hydraulic Might is actually quite good with Rocket Bomb.
I think that's decent. And we do have an epic dash for Ananka. So, I mean, I think short of a palm, we're kind of back to roughly even ground.
Let's see if Ananka gets the mini boss out of this 19. Yeah,
Looks
missed
like it.
mid chop.
At least he found a Eurydice that kind of gets him there.
22 Eurydice! Oh! 22 Eurydice, 4 Seagull, very, very nice here. Picking up refreshing nectar before having the Hermes boons. Seagull,
Nice.
if Seagull's able to pick up his Hermes boons, they are
They're gonna be
going to go
crazy.
absolutely massive. Oh my
21
god,
fountain?
22 fountain.
21 fountain, I think. I think he's still
21
got one more
fountain.
left to go. Yeah.
Apologies. But still, 21 fountain into
Still
a
good to
22
find that.
room. Still very nice.
Yeah, since they have rocket bomb, like there's a lot of really good Hermes I can find. Not only is like the obvious extra dashes or hyper delivery like a good thing to go for. Special speed is also really nice on Eris if you have rocket bombs.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, I think I would go for like if I get special speed, I would very much like to have plus dashes because hyper sprint by itself is not great. Like it's good,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, but I would vastly prefer plus dashes if I have a second boon special speed for sure.
Seagull
Ooh,
taking
taking
two
death
deaths.
defiances.
That's not good.
Ouch.
It's not good at all.
I mean, his health total isn't the highest. It's at only 110. So both of them actually have a very similar health total, 115 for Ananka. Ananka just weaving a little bit better here.
Mhm. And I think Ananka is like already starting to close the lead just a little bit. As I said, like once he finds that dash, like once he gets his build sort of like back within his grasp and control, like I think we're gonna start to see him close that lead unless he gets like especially unlucky or Seagull gets especially well lucky. We shall see though. He's only
Absolutely.
like 15
Oh.
seconds ahead, 10 seconds ahead.
Ananka just picked up a Light Evixion. So gonna basically equalize things right now.
Well, you know what it comes down to, right? It comes down to the cluster rockets, baby. If one of them
That
gets
it does.
clusters, it's going to be pretty much curtains for the other person.
Yeah, unless they both get clusters, in which case, whoo, it'll have a race. Seagull actually picking up his hammer right now. Does he find it? No, he finds...
Spread fire.
Yeah, not what you want to be seeing here.
Mm-mm. Oh yeah, those were the dice they chose to roll. So, you know, we'll see if Ananka gets a little bit luckier. He's kind of owed it.
Yep.
There's
And
cluster
yeah, he does.
bomb.
There's cluster rockets. All
There
right.
is justice. Justice for
There is
Ananka.
justice in the world. I think that it's very likely that Ananka wins this now. He's been able to pull back the free rooms, and he has cluster rockets now. It's gonna be real tough for Seagull to keep this one up. But we'll see what happens. There are variables here. There could be some stuff that happens with, oh dear, oh no, now he's actually getting better mini bosses too. Never mind.
And Ananka has hyper delivery going for him. So
Oh dear
and-
God.
Oh my god. Hydraulic
Yeah.
Mike too. Really good with cluster rockets. Good with regular rockets. Great with cluster rockets. So
Yeah, this is looking to be an Ananka runaway at this point. That kind of stinky Tartarus turning into a pretty good, it's all right Asphodel into a incredible Elysium.
oh yeah, insane. Just gonna blow through all these rooms. And if he gets a skip, have we even seen a sub 10 Elysium exit yet?
No,
like
we
we
haven't
have.
seen a sub 10 Elysium exit.
Really?
We've seen a 1055 is our fastest.
Sorry, I just mean in general, like in the speedrunning world. Like, have we seen one of those kinds of exits?
Yeah, there've been a few.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, like
Not a world where I live in.
the 13-minute run out of Lily, the 13 flat, I
Oh,
believe
that
had
one?
a sub 10 Elysium exit.
God, Lily's disgusting.
Yeah,
In a good way. I love you, Lily.
yeah. I mean, it's just a gross time. It's Lily's time on that run is just unreal, just absolutely unreal. Incredible build, incredible luck, but also Lily grinds super hard, so that's how Lily's able to get these insane runs, is he puts in thousands of attempts.
Yeah,
So.
resident rail expert and enthusiast.
Rail enthusiast and mega grinder. Also, Seagull actually is keeping up, able to get a 34 free room here,
Yeah.
even though these spawns were pretty good
And he found a
for
32 patty as
Ananka.
well.
Yeah, 32 padding, 34 fountain. Actually able to keep up pretty reasonably with cluster rockets. Oh dear, that's proud bearing with dad call on cluster rockets. Oh
Unfortunately,
dear.
the boss fight difference I think is going to be too big. I don't see this happening.
Yeah. Also missed Minotaur with that Meg. Actually did the Meg angle incorrectly.
Rare mistake.
Yeah, happens occasionally. Yeah, we're really seeing the boss damage come in here with Theseus and the Minotaur, despite entering later, able to clear up significantly faster.
Yeah, the only thing Seagull really has going for himself over Ananka at this point is the fact that he has Artemis on special instead of Athena, which feels kind of bad because you do want those crits, especially if you have cluster rockets. But I'm not sure if that's nearly enough to be worth mentioning at this point, considering the difference.
Yeah, I think Seagull has decided that Seagull may have decided that he has lost this, because what he did is he went and visited the Shade before leaving. I think that's what he did. Either that or he thought he hadn't picked up his darkness, which I feel like is more likely. But even
No,
still,
I think he deliberately visited the Shade. He's been doing that a couple times in his previous runs. I haven't really pointed it out, but he has been paying our good Shade a visit on his way out every so often. I think he's also the only person to. Was he the only person to gift Boldy in his run as well?
I
think he was.
I feel like he's at
definitely
least one of. Yeah, I think there were 2 people that gifted Boldy, and he was one of them.
Mm.
I could be wrong though.
Yeah, this is typical Seagull behavior in any case.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like Ananka's gonna run away with this at this point.
Yeah, once we have the boss fight difference, which, I mean, that's basically the end of the game, is, a bunch of big health enemies that you have to clear real fast, and I don't think there's anything that beats cluster rockets except maybe Dionysus Beowulf.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Let's see. I believe Seagull actually saw Lightning Phalanx. I remember if he picked it up.
I think I saw it flash too. I mean, we'll find out when he casts, because the cast will bounce around, but
Well, he did just buy an extra cast.
I mean, what's he going to spend that money on? I wonder if there's an anvil down there. I wonder if he does buy it.
Potentially. I mean, it could be the only... I don't even know if it could catch him up at this point, but it is kind of the chance of a catch-up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I actually still have... I feel like he's revealed this before, but I still have no idea if Seagull is actually watching what's going on with his opponent.
Yeah. I mean, we don't really know what the competitors see. Nah, it's too... He's a whole 6 path behind.
Nope.
There's no way. And there's no
he checked
anvil in
for
the
it.
shop.
I can go.
I say if he did still have a hope, that would have been it. But obviously,
Yeah.
Ananka entering the Hades fight while Seagull is finishing up his sticks. Still really good times, both. But one has cluster rockets and one only has regular rockets.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a low 15 for Ananka, which,
Low 15?
given his Tartarus, is very good.
I don't. Could he make it in? Could he get in below 15? Not with that stealth.
Not with that stealth, no. Nah, he doesn't have Artemis cluster rockets, which means he can't quite just one-shot boss phases. So, no, actually,
wait.
he might even still do it.
He does have hyper delivery. Keep that in mind.
Oh, he does have hyper delivery, and
He's
he has
getting
a
a lot of
full
juice.
dad call.
Yep.
Yeah, he might actually come in sub 15.
This is sub 15. It's got to be.
This
Yeah,
is
there's no way
certainly
it
sub
isn't.
15.
Never mind.
Cluster rockets.
Just when you think you've got a handle on how much damage it does, it keeps surprising us.
Yeah, that's a 1452.
There
Oh
we
my
go.
lord.
Seagull just about to finish up, or just finishing up the last leg of his run.
That's
Yeah,
right.
good time.
Well,
Like, this is a fine time.
yeah, very honorable from Seagull to offer this lightning round here at the end to determine the winner, given the technical difficulties from Ananka's side. Not able to clean it up at the end. Ananka actually taking out the W, but still a very, very Great show from Seagull, great time, and very honorable for him to offer this in the first place.
Yeah, and also wacky time for Naka again with that pretty disaster. He got Vareemed, as we like to say in the business, where we don't find our
Yeah.
core boon first. But it is interesting because one interesting feature about getting Vareemed is that it seems very often you'll just naturally find the thing you want anyway. It's just later and you're really stressed out until you get it.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Oh
oh,
dear.
okay.
Oh, he missed the penalty box.
1609.
1609. Cluster Rockets really making up the difference there. All right. And with that, Ananka has cleared the lightning round here, cleared the sudden death, and is going to be moving on to the finals. Seagull will be moving to the third place match. With that, I think we're not going to do a post interview with the two racers. I think we're going to go directly to the to a break. We will be taking a short break, and then we'll be coming back with the next match of the semifinals with, I believe, Trash Lapras versus Webs. See you all in a bit.
What?
welcome back to Hyper Delivery, where we were just very confused by Timbo on production.
Zero
We
comes
are
after
back.
2.
Yeah, it was set like 32-0-1-0-1 go. Anyway, welcome back to Hyper Delivery. We are back with the second round of semifinals. With Webs 2D versus Trash Lapras. Hopefully, on production, Timbo will fix the fact that Webs 2D's
And
game
Encroaching
is
a little bit on Trash Lapras's real estate.
there we go. There we go. It has been fixed immediately. What a legend. Anyway, now that we are back to the semifinals, Webs 2D versus Trash Lapras. Rist, if you'd like to take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. We are for the second semifinals round with Trash Lapras versus Webs 2D. Trash Lapras pulling a little bit of an upset against Lat and Millard in the last round, managing to edge him out. And Webs taking a more, I think, expected path to victory here. So we'll see if Trash can pull another upset. How are y'all doing?
I'm okay.
Felt pretty good.
Right,
I wanna
hopefully y'all
play
slept
Valheim.
well.
Well, Webs, no matter what, you might have a little bit of a break to play Valheim, but at the very least, you'll be done in 2 hours.
Fuck.
There's no escape. So let's get ourselves as close to getting to Valheim as fast as possible. Nice furthest chambers reached, by the way, Webs. I really like that.
Thanks.
And so, Webs,
Oh,
why
it's very nice.
don't you give us your 4-weapon lineup?
My 4-weapon lineup is Poseidon, Bayo, Achilles, and Lucifer Rail.
Ooh.
Nice.
Wow.
Well, Trash, what say you?
Sure, I don't know. I guess I'll ban Achilles.
Okay.
Seems about right. And the same question goes to you, Trash. What 4 weapons are you going to bring to the table today?
I'm doing Achilles, Bayo, Hera, Eris.
Okay. Great of Eris.
Cool.
Alrighty. And so if y'all will choose your starting weapon and load up your starting seed, y'all know the procedure by now. Make sure your mirrors are all set up. Make sure your keepsakes are all good.
Absolutely. We'll be getting into this with Achilles versus Lucifer on the first weapon. Going to be a very interesting matchup. Actually, there's multiple differences between these lineups. We're finally going to see something with we're going to see a lineup that has at least 2 weapons of difference, which is very cool. So once we are ready, would you like a text or audio countdown for the 2 of you?
I'd like audio.
I'm gonna
Audio
hop
it
off,
is.
so I will take tech.
Alrighty. Then Rist, get ready to give a very, very solid text countdown.
You know it.
And we're going to be getting this started once Trash Lapras goes over to the pact.
There
Over
we
the
go.
pact they are. So it is now down to a 3, 2, 1, go! What? Looks like Trash Lapras started a little bit early, but that is okay. We are using Live Split for our timing, so it does not actually matter.
It's
Looks
true.
like we are going for a Flurry Jab for Trash Lapras and Triple Bomb for Webs. Triple Bomb, known for being incredible on Lucifer because its bombs explode to a basically like cluster bomb or rocket bomb level of damage. I think actually the base damage on it is like
It's even
100
higher.
or
It's 100
yeah.
base damage. So it's
Oof.
pretty crazy.
Yeah. Rocket Bomb's base damage of 80 makes people ooh and awe, and Lucifer has 20 more than that. So with something like crit, which is exactly what we usually look for on Rocket Bomb, you can see some pretty crazy boss damage coming out of Triple Bomb Lucifer Rail. Also, notably, Webs is actually one of the best Lucifer Rail players pretty much in the world, I would say.
I think
Loves
that's
this
a fair
weapon.
statement.
Yeah.
nice.
Also, natural Artemis for those triple bombs. Obviously, very nice to see. Wow, really great placement on these bombs. So apparently, something about Webbs. Before Webbs became a speedrunner, Webbs actually really loved Lucifer Rail and played it quite a lot. So he's kind of been playing Lucifer for the entirety of his time playing Hades, and is one of the few people that I could say has mastered the art of bomb placement on controller. Like, you'll occasionally see a bomb fly off into weird random locations, but that's more to deal with that's more to do with like just the
Just the
quirks of
terrible
controller.
auto-targeting.
Yeah, he's really good at making sure that you can see, like, in some of the fights that he's already done, there are these, like, dropping 3 bombs perfectly staggered to be able to hit as many enemies as possible with as many of the shots as possible. It's quite impressive, honestly.
Yeah, and AoE is huge too. With just finding this Artemis on special, it's just gonna obliterate the Furies. No question about it. Probably just instantly phasing, honestly.
Also, having Lucifer actually is very good with support fire, which is what he picked up because of the constant beam. So, looking like a very solid build out of Webs. On Trash's side, Trash still is only on Title Dash, Common Title Dash level 2. Did pick up an additional Poseidon. Wasn't quite sure what came out of that.
did miss that part.
But yeah, we have a Divine Flourish as well, just filling up that that special slot so that it is easier to pick up other boons that you want in the future. Nothing, the Divine Flourish doesn't really matter, but is just a solid little, fill up a core boon, don't worry about it addition.
Hey, maybe they'll stumble into Deadly Reversal or something.
Yeah,
You never
Deadly
know.
Reversal on Divine Flourish for this is not great, but it's all right. Picking up a Demeter here. Ooh,
Oh, there's the Epic Jolted. Oh,
Epic Jolted is fantastic.
remember that Trash started a little bit early, so even though it looks like they're here at, well, staggered times, they're actually kind of at exactly the same time, if you account for the slight
Absolutely.
delay.
Yeah, there's a 4-second. It's looking like there's a 4-second lead on Trash's part from just starting early. Looking at the timers, yeah, Webb's actually cleaning up the Furies a little bit faster. So Webb's is actually in the lead, even though they are actually in their black screen at the same time. So 346 Tartarus coming out of Webb's, 351 Tartarus coming out of Trash Lapras. So very similar times. Trash Lapras able to pick up a light Evixian in that mid biome, moving into Asphodel.
Yeah, I'm curious if I mean, obviously Webbs is really, really good with Lucifer, but I wonder if that'll actually viably compete with Trash's lineup. I mean, aside, of course, from general player skill things, just the weapon itself. Like, I don't know if it can keep up with a well stacked Achilles run.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see if we get a well-stacked Achilles run at the very least here. We have Flurry Jab, but we don't have... We are currently forcing Artemis, which is the correct choice to be able to pick up the Artemis attack. But beyond that, it's really going to come down to Trash's Hermes Boons, words. Webbs was able to pick up a Eurydice, unfortunately going into a single exit on Chamber 19, so could very likely miss the mid shop here. We'll have to see what happens.
I think the game will just force the mini boss here. I don't see a world where it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't remember a world where it doesn't in any case. Maybe I'm crazy.
Rolling really hard for this Hermes, not able to pick up anything of any note.
Oh, never
and
mind.
not a mini boss.
Not a mini boss. I'm crazy.
Oh, Trash Lapper skipping the next chamber after the mini boss. Very solid here. And Webbs does actually have a backup free room in case the game decides to give 2 mini bosses. Does actually have a Chaos Gate here to take. So very solid.
Yeah, despite missing the mid shop, this is actually a little bit more optimal because the free rooms are later. And we can't get any bad mini bosses.
There it is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, 21 mid shop into 22 mini boss is going to be very nice for Webbs. able to make up a little bit of the time that he's losing to Trash Lapras having a very solid second half of Asphodel.
He'll still be able to,
Oh,
like,
not
missing the
quite hitting.
triple,
Yeah, but
quadruple.
that triple crit bomb still able to do pretty great work there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that mattered. Ooh, epic breaking wave for Trash Lapras. So their 6 is completely solved now.
Very nice.
Although I feel like Triple Bomb Lucifer would have a really good time in Sticks regardless of whether they have breaking wave or not, because the AoE on the bombs is huge. They come out really fast. I don't know.
Potentially. Also, I think we're going to see a bit of a difference in boss damage here with that triple bomb, with that triple crit bomb. Let's see. Oh, the unfortunate timing of that jump means that one of the bombs at the least missed, but be able to hit multiple heads with that with those bombs, killing them super quickly.
Trash Lapras, meanwhile, taking a death. I think for a lot of the Achilles runs we've seen Hermes be really, really generous. I think this is one of the few times in this tournament where we've seen a Lerny fight with a Flurry Jab Achilles that doesn't have just totally bonkers extra dashes.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do it fast, but it takes some doing. Looks like, yeah, Webbs's build is a little bit more put together here and has is got the time to show it, exiting Asphodel at 731 as opposed to the 749 out of Trash Lapras, despite having a very good last half of Asphodel. Trash Lapras is lacking on the Hermes boons, and those are very important for Achilles, and just generally doesn't have the same kind of bossing damage that Lucifer is able to put out. I mean, Achilles' big strength is not really bossing damage; it's rune clear, and even though it still has very solid bossing damage, so having to compete,
that help from Hermes.
Yeah, having to compete with Lucifer's boss damage is not going to do well for it.
Yeah, and we've seen in the last 2 bosses that Webb's damage with that triple bomb is just consistently better. He's always entered the boss a little bit later than Trash, but he's always exited before. So if that's not a testament to the bossing damage of this build, I don't know what is.
True that. We have +1 dash picked up for Webbs to go along with his side hustle that he picked up in
It was an epic side
Asphodel.
hustle. It's good. He has cash.
It's cash money. Having cash money is not a bad thing. Even still, picking up targeting system.
Targeting system. That's the good one.
That's the one that you want. I would say that Webbs has pretty much the optimal hammer combination for this weapon at the moment, which is very solid. We have Hyper Sprint for Trash. This is actually Trash's first Hermes boon. Actually not using the Meg on the Butterfly Ball, making it so that it's a little bit of a longer fight, but saving the Meg for later bosses, specifically in Styx. Styx mini bosses will be the intended target of that Meg.
I feel like we need to calculate what kind of time you're saving with Butterfly Ball versus like megging Styx bosses. Because I mean, I understand that he's saving it for those future bosses, but I wonder if that's actually correct. I wonder if that's correct in terms of time save.
I think we're starting to reach a point with Hades optimization, especially with runs like the hyper delivery stuff, where there's no, tiny vermin or whatever, where we need to actually go through and like time a whole bunch of these things just to figure out what the actual time save or time loss is, over a sample size, over like a sample set, just to get these
statisticians on this.
Yeah, get statisticians on this so that we can figure out the exact numbers on these things, because this is kind of what like other speedrunning communities tend to do that are doing more like not roguelike stuff, where they just time certain sections and what using certain tricks do. And I think we're finally starting to get to the point where we might need to do that to figure out what is truly optimal in the game,
It's just so hard with all the build variants and stuff. Like one thing might be good for one build, but not good for another, depending on
Trash
what
Lap is rolling hard. Okay, great. Trash Lapras rolled away from +1 dash. I think that was actually correct because they have hyper sprint, so they were rolling hard for rush delivery. Didn't find it in the next 2 rolls, but ended up taking the +1 dash on the 3rd roll. So still ends up having a good mobility tool, and +1 dash is still nice, but you know, just not going to be the sheer power that they were looking for out of hyper delivery.
In addition to the sort of stingy Hermes boom, I think we're also seeing like a uncharacteristically, at least for this tournament, stingy Elysium. But I say that as Trash walks into a Chamber 34 Petroclus, but
Petroclus.
you know, it was true up until about 2 seconds ago. Fully loaded.
Hey, we get to see fully loaded on Lucifer.
That's the one you wanted on.
I think this is the 2nd time we've seen fully loaded in the last couple of days. We saw fully loaded on Bright the other day with I believe Achilles.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we saw fully loaded. Remember fully loaded?
Oh
Spicy
yeah.
Shot?
Yeah, when I thought that he had in front. Yeah, okay, I remember now.
Yep. Well, no, he had 2
No,
players.
that was chaos. That was chaos.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think we've seen fully loaded yet.
Well, Webbs is a Hyper D first.
That's true. Coming in at 12-10, exiting Elysium against Trash Lapras' 12-22. So able to maintain about a 12-second lead here.
Yeah, and once again, entering a boss at like a similar time or even before Trash Lapras, but Webbs is always exiting a little bit faster. So he's... I kind of give the edge to Webbs here on his way out. That'd be my guess anyway. I don't see Achilles with this lineup beating what Webbs has going for him.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this came down to that Hermes luck. Having +1 dash now is helpful, but it probably needed a little bit more than that, a little more sauce than that to be able to beat Webbs' triple bomb targeting system, Lucifer.
And it doesn't seem like Lucifer really needs a lot of Hermes, which is weird to say because it seems like it's a close cousin to Eris in any case.
Yeah, it's but I mean, like, I guess if we think about it, Eris with cluster rockets doesn't need very many Hermes, doesn't need much Hermes. So if we consider this as basically the cluster rockets of Lucifer Rail, you know, there we are.
Cluster rockets chamber 1 for Lucifer Rail.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how that works. Because it's like the triple. It essentially starts out with rocket bomb, right? Like,
yeah,
that's what's so crazy about this. Lucifer starts out with a kind of rocket bomb, and then if you just get triple bomb, it's just, oh hey, you got cluster. You actually have cluster targeting rockets.
It is worth
the vaunted combination.
It is worth noting that I think this was slightly before the full release. Lucifer Rail's special was like super floaty, like you're just throwing a balloon into the air and letting it fall. Now it's obviously a little bit faster, but this used to not be the case. Because Rocket Bomb comes out real fast, which is one of its advantages, and it didn't really have that. So I think the cluster rocket comparison is a little bit more apt, like with that in mind.
Yeah. I just had a complete brain fart. I was going to say something, and I spaced it out.
No worries.
All right.
Webbs is getting out of here.
Yeah. We have Webbs on the sack room, entering the Hades fight. Probably going to be entering around 15 minutes. 14:50 something. Yeah.
Yeah, leaving at a high 15, a low 16. I'm
14:59. I knew it. 15 minutes right there, almost
genius.
On the dot. Yeah, I can do math and numbers and prediction.
Doug sees the future.
My clairvoyance is limited to only the next 10 seconds, but it is clairvoyance. We
it's
have
useful.
Yeah, a little bit. We have Trash Lapras entering into the fight at about 20 to 30 seconds behind at about 15:30. Seeing some very solid boss damage coming out of Webbs with those that triple targeting rockets. Or
and I don't
rockets,
know how
bombs.
Same thing, basically.
It's the same thing on this thing.
And I don't know if we've had the chance to really highlight like Hunter's Mark at work on the Hades fight yet. Maybe we have, but like, it's definitely working here. We saw the Hunter's Mark being traded back and forth between the minions for webs, and you saw the big numbers. Big damage, very fast. It's not something a lot of people consider.
No. Bit of unfortunate spawns, by the way, on the on Trash's Hades fight. They got the protection stones. Yeah, the shield stones, and they also did a full dad call, a fully charged dad call into a stealth, which was very unfortunate. Looks like we have
So you can actually use the stealth to sort of extend Hades' uptime, right? Like if you wait for him to use a move, you can sort of interrupt him and have him reset that animation to keep going to, I don't know, hedge your bets against future stealths.
Through that you can. Also, Trash almost in the penalty box, looking very scary here, taking 26 damage here, going to have to try and take out Hades before. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Trash did have hyper sprint, so the sturdy would have prevented another spin or other move from killing him, from killing them. So I don't think they were in that much danger of dying, but it was close.
Just a little bit of danger of dying. It was interesting because the spin that Hades did before that took them into that phase did exactly 60 damage, and they had exactly 60 health. Double edge!
Double edge again!
Coming out of webs. Common phalanx shot picked up, but then into double edge. Incredible.
We actually want to see a bit of a repeat of last time, where we're going to see more phalanx shot Poseidon Sword, which, I mean, oh no! Are we going to see another one?
Webs, you can't keep getting away with it.
He can't. I hope he finds lightning phalanx here.
Me too. I want to see that so badly. Also, we have this going up against Trash Lapras's Beowulf, which is going to be an interesting matchup as well. Oh, taking the... Yeah, I would do that too.
I think that's the right choice.
Absolutely. One of the best boons that you can pick up to go along with Lightning Phalanx is Mirage Shot. So picking up an early Poseidon is very helpful. Now, on this build, very interestingly, Phalanx Shot does have a little bit of anti-synergy with Tidal Dash, because Tidal Dash knocks them away.
Phalanx Shot is so slow-moving, too, so you kind of need enemies to stand still just a little bit.
Exactly. So it has a little bit of anti-synergy. However, it is definitely made up for by the chance at Mirage Shot, and Tidal Dash does a solid amount of damage on its own. So, not really going to be a problem. Web's actually picking up... Oh, yeah, you continue?
I was going to say, and anti-synergy is kind of just code for you have to play a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you play right, if you knock enemies in the right direction, there's no problem. But if you knock them out of the way, then that's where things start to get going bad.
So we have a 4-god pool coming in Tartarus for Webs, but we also have a natural Artemis coming in for Trash Lapras, which is very nice. Natural Artemis attack in Tartarus is what you want to see.
You don't want to see this room that Trash is in, though. This whack-ass layout with these naked witches spawning. Fortunately, it was only Chamber 5. They're only in Chamber 5? Okay. I thought they were further than that for some reason. I think you can only see. I think you can only see those really bad chamber or any other kind of chamber tile. Now that I think about it, once in a biome. So if you see it early, you can you don't want to see it ever, but if you do see it, you want to see it early because it means you can't get it when tons of enemies are going to spawn.
Absolutely, yeah. Any tile can only show up in a biome once. So if you're getting a bad tile early on in the biome, well, thank your lucky stars, you're not getting that bad tile when there's more enemies to show up and ruin your day. Looks like we have Webs coming out of Chamber 12, picking up another Athena. Could find Lightning Phalanx here.
I'm ready for it. He's going to roll.
Absolutely.
Does he roll twice? He rolls twice, of course, and there
it is.
Amazing. Not quite as early as he found it last. I think last time was like a Chamber 5 or something like that. It was like a Zeus into an Athena, 0 rerolls required.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy last time. This time, not quite as insane, but we still have some really solid work coming out from this. Very large damage, even though this is only a level 2 cast. Athena cast is such a great base damage, and we are cleaning up Tartarus.
Yeah, just about 4 minutes to an exit.
Yeah, not as fast as some of the other weapons that we've seen across this cup. However, we do have a pretty much full build. Once we take this Artemis Keepsake, he's going to be looking for 2 things. 1, exit wounds to be able to help with boss damage, and 2, the Deadly Strike to try and open up Mirage Shot. If he can get those out of Artemis, Artemis will have done her job, and he can move on to just dealing tons of damage.
Yeah, and don't forget Webs does have double edge, so that Artemis attack is going to be doing big work as supplemental damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And unique synergy between double edge and Artemis attack is that if you do more shots, you have more chances to crit. So, double edge is one of the few hammers that allows you to do more shots without reduced damage. So it's going to give you a lot more chances to crit, as well as not nerf you in any way to compensate. Webb's getting a Eurydice room here. Going to Chamber 19, probably going to see the mid shop, but we'll see.
I think this is a mid shop room.
Well, you never really know.
I mean, you can kind of tell. It's there. They're fixed. They're fixed chambers. I'm pretty sure. Nope.
See,
never mind.
what did I tell you? You can never really know.
I hate Asphodel.
Yeah, Asphodel sucks. Anyway, we have, it looks like currently the lead has at least stayed stable from Webb's going into this. Trash Lappers, I'll have to take a look at their stuff in a second. We get Deadly Strike immediately. Mirage Shot opened. We are gaming.
Yeah, a little sad to see the epic exit wounds go. If this were Zeus cast, I would be very tempted by those exit wounds.
If this were Zeus cast, I would have taken the exit wounds for sure.
I'm guessing that Mirage Shot is significantly more valuable here, though.
Yes. Athena cast is much more powerful in later areas than Zeus cast is, which, what? Okay, trying to find that enemy. Every once in a while, an enemy just gets away from you. I totally get that. Athena cast scales with big damage like Mirage Shot a lot better than Zeus cast does. Zeus cast needs to essentially focus later on in the game on its title dash plus exit wounds to be able to really do the damage, whereas Athena cast could still make lightning phalanx go zoom, even in Elysium and Styx.
And you probably hit a lot more interesting or useful breakpoints with Athena cast.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got like double the damage, base damage or something.
I think it's either the second highest or the absolute highest base damage. Is it second to Aphrodite or is it a little bit higher?
I can't remember if it's we're seeing a 21 fountain, by the way, coming out of Trash Lapras, actually making up quite a lot of ground on this run. Going from about a minute behind to actually not quite sure how much time they've made up, but they are only 1 chamber behind at the moment, and a little bit of the mini boss. Well, I guess they're probably still about a minute behind. They're still probably about a minute behind, but regardless, they are keeping pace at the very least.
I think that was Mirage Shot. I think that was Mirage Shot they picked up.
Okay, I missed it. I wasn't able to. I was focusing on Webb's boss fight.
I saw a green boon, and I'm thinking Mirage Shot. That's what I'm hoping for.
They probably snap pick. Yeah, that looks like Mirage Shot over on that side. Webb's able to clean up the Lerny fight very easily. That Zeus call able to finish off that last head.
I think we force. Does Webb's force Poseidon to push for Mirage Shot?
Oh, apparently they have Sea Storm, and they've had Mirage Shot since Tartarus.
Oh, okay.
And they missed it.
Oh, never mind.
Well,
we're good then.
Oh, well then. Regardless, Yeah, able to clean up Lerny very quickly. Actually, this is a sub
8.
Yeah, this is a sub 8 Lerny exit if we subtract the house splits. And I think that means they've actually made up quite a bit of time. Yeah, well, they're actually about the same. They're about the same. They're actually just keeping pace. Webb's actually on a very solid run with this build. Chamber 27 Chaos is actually a really nice time to see it because it's one chamber more than the first room of Elysium, and there are no possible free rooms except for the fountain that you can see out of this room. So it's just free to take, as you can't
there's
predict the fountain.
Hey, got anything else?
I know he was thinking about that. Oh no, +1 cast per attack. It was worse. Ugh.
Yeah, that would have been very brutal. Very, very brutal. This is looking pretty good for both of them. I see that there was a hammer picked up for Trash Lappers, but as it was on the small screen, I could not see exactly what it was, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll figure it out. It doesn't appear as though it's a charge shot, so...
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was charge shot or sudden rush.
I don't think it's sudden rush either. Yeah, this
No.
would be a bit faster if it was sudden rush, so it doesn't matter.
No.
It was probably a bad
We're basically
hammer.
just looking for the good ones at this point.
Looks like it might actually be the special Beowulf defensive one where you load up your cast and it gives you sturdy, because I did see the sturdy over them and they just picked up hyper sprint, so they didn't have any other source of sturdy.
Gotcha. So it might have been, I believe it is Nagling Board.
Yeah, or Nigling's defense or something like that.
Yeah. Regardless, we have Webbs on Chamber 30, finishing off Asterius, picking something up out of that, picking up a Zeus, able to pick up, lightning reflexes, not terrible to pick up. Not a huge amount of damage, but it is very nice to see. We have Trash Lappers going in and seeing Patroclus. Patroclus, Chamber 30. Which actually puts them, oh my god, into the shop, actually able to take the lead over Webbs here.
Into a mini boss. This isn't quite an Anablism skip, but it's a mid skip.
That it is. We may see, I actually don't know if Webbs has gotten the mid shop yet. Nope. Yeah,
there it is.
Webbs got a 32 mid shop, which is very nice, able to take a little bit of that time back.
I think Webbs is aiming for some stress-free Valheim, regardless whether he wins or loses.
That's true. Webbs coming back out of retirement for this tournament, putting on a really nice showing, no matter what.
Taking a death though, I wonder if Webbs is actually in danger of entering the penalty box if he doesn't run into any Patty, because sword is really, really dangerous. If he doesn't find any extra death defiances or like beef up his health just a little bit, it's going to be it's a little painful for him.
That's true. Checking that well, probably for those death defiances. Man, getting swordsman in 34. Oh, but they're both getting swordsman in 34.
And
I'd say this room layout actually favors Webbs.
I think it does. I honestly don't know what the room clear is like for lightning phalanx. It's like kind of foreign to me. So
it's basically imagine Zeus cast except better.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's a little slower to get going. Yeah, it's a little slower to get going, but then it just basically does what Zeus cast does. It has pretty much the same bounce pattern and everything. So it's like, imagine if Lightning Phalanx was a Zeus cast.
No flurry shot. Flurry cast probably feels a little bad for Webbs, though. That's probably what he was looking for in his, in either of his Hermes.
Oh, picking up Deathless Stand here, very nice. Able to actually pick up a Death Defiance here. Actually, very close race between the two of them.
Yeah.
Trash entering Hades, or not Hades, entering the heroes a little bit faster, but Trash also does have is slightly ahead on the splits, 4 seconds ahead. So, or 4 seconds behind. Basically, Trash has 4 seconds that they went before the go.
Yeah. Starting a little bit ahead of time. Webb's using that DD he just picked up, so he's hanging on, but I don't know, dude. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
it's looking a
he
little
takes
risky.
he takes the acorn here, right?
Yeah.
Every time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, every time.
Surprised
So
didn't check the
acorn.
well.
Uh, yeah. I mean, I guess like at this point it might help for Styx, but he's already got lightning phalanx. Lightning phalanx is notoriously good in
I
Styx.
mean, for the Death
so...
Defiance.
Oh, fair
He's
enough.
got one left.
He does have 461 gold, so could have bought it. We actually have Trash Lappers coming in by a margin of actually only 2 seconds. Trash is only 2 seconds ahead going into Styx, despite the difference in their what it looks like on their stream.
Right, right. Yeah.
30-31 versus 33-3. Yeah.
And hey, our next race is going to be, or the next weapon rather, is going to be again a couple pretty comparable weapons. Webbs has Beowulf and Trash has Hera, both cast loading weapons.
It's going to be the same ending as actually the Seagull versus Ananka match right before this.
Oh, true.
Ooh, having a little bit of a hard time with this Snake Stone.
Yeah. Yet only a level 4 common cast. That feels real bad. I feel like I don't know if like do you just need extra cast damage from Chaos to really feel good, or because I mean Poseidon only gives you like 50% extra damage. It's good, but it's not like game breaking. Oh. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that in my experience, Athena cast does well if you have just a decent number of palms, like 5-ish, into the cast, or if you have like Mirage Shot exit wounds. That's actually part of why I've been so reluctant to pick up the build, is that it feels like it's harder to get it going than Zeus cast, but needs many of the same things. Right?
Yeah, I think it shores up a lot of the weaknesses that Zeus cast has. Mainly it's like, front load damage, but yeah, it still feels a little bit weird and slow sometimes, and it feels kind of needy.
Yeah. And I feel like exit wounds is still extraordinarily important on both of them. So I don't know. It's weird. I am not quite a believer in this build yet, but at the very least, he is making it look quite good here. Trash Lapras going to be entering about an entire Styx path ahead.
Yeah, I think pretty definitively definitively being like a handful of seconds, I guess, but definitively enough.
Yeah.
It's no longer I don't feel like I have to check the timer to make sure that the times are on the money.
That's true. Coming in at 32-20 or 33-28 out of Styx. We've got Webbs coming in probably somewhere around 33-48, probably about 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, and I think I give the edge to Trash's Hades fight here. Stealth notwithstanding, they just picked up rare hyper delivery, so that's gonna speed up their boss fight by quite a bit.
True that. So it's probably it's probably gonna be about a 40-second lead at this point, which it's all gonna come down to the Hera versus Beowulf.
Yeah, well,
40 seconds, as we can see. Yeah, as we can see from this matchup, 40 seconds is something that you can definitely make up in a single weapon.
Trash just throwing their special for a little bit for no conceivable reason. Just being a little bit.
I don't know. Sometimes it's just fun to press buttons,
That's true. There's not much to do in the meantime.
Yeah.
Really fast Hades fight, though.
Extraordinarily, yeah. Coming in, clearing the second weapon at 34-36.
And clearing about one whole phase ahead of Webbs.
That's right. Webbs coming in, doing his best with this build. Still actually very fast. Like, I can see that Zeus Call doing a lot of work here. Calls,
Zeus Call, Wedge.
34-59, so yeah, about 25 seconds, actually 23 seconds behind. So still a
not
very,
much.
Yeah, it's a very manageable lead to pull up. This is actually very close.
Me this time.
Yeah, looks like hopefully all of these races will be close. I just want to adjust those 4 seconds. I want to get like a clear picture of what's going on in front of me because it's so close.
just stream delay them.
Oh, almost rolled past.
Oh, that was
it.
so close. Yeah.
I've
Trash
done.
lappers.
I don't know if I've done that before, but I've gotten really close a couple times.
Oh, I've definitely done it before. I've definitely accidentally rolled away a boon, and usually the answer to when you do that is just reset the run. But this is a tournament, so you can't do that. So glad that the Trash Lappers did not miss that. Both of them able to pick up a rare cast out of their first after one reroll, though Trash almost rolled it away.
Yeah, Trash picked up a. I don't like this curse in early Tartarus. They picked up a no money curse. It didn't seem like it was for very much either. Maybe it was for cast damage. I missed the buff and was focused pretty much on the curse. But yeah, like they can't buy a boon in the mid shop if they see it, and they're kind of behind on cash even if they don't see it. So it's risky, and Tartarus is where you're kind of getting your build set up. So if there's like, you know, a natural Artemis or Poseidon, which is not terribly unlikely, and they just can't buy it, that'll feel pretty bad.
It is risky, but we'll see if it pays off as soon as we get into that mid shop. See if there's a punishment for it of any kind. Looking like a natural Athena. There's actually been two schools of thought about Athena. Let's see if they take the Divine Flourish. That they do. Ooh, natural Demeter. Woo! Let's see what they get off of this.
Struggling a little bit.
If they can pick up Snowburst, it'll be pretty great. And that's the Snowburst.
Don't even have to roll for it. You'll love to see it.
You love to see it.
Sometimes you roll
Sunken Treasure
for it. Sometimes you never see it.
Yeah, Webb's picking up Sunken Treasure. Could have been an argument for picking up something like a Tempest Flourish there, but I don't blame him for picking up just nothing out of those boons. Poseidon basically only has one additional boon that you want when you don't have access to Mirage Shot on Beowulf, and that's Wave Pounding to make your boss damage a little bit better.
Hydraulic might ain't bad.
Hydraulic's fine. But is it something you want? I don't know.
You settle for it. You
settle for it.
You're not excited to see it, but you're not super sad to see it.
Ooh, natural Artemis. Rolling away, trying to pick up a core boon, picking up Artemis's Aid, not the one that you want, but still going to be solid because it does open up Mirage Shot if they can pick up a natural Poseidon.
Not falling for the dash attack bait.
No, the dash attack bait is. I have fallen for it. I and many a player have fallen for it because it's like it doesn't. Why doesn't Hunter Dash open up the Mirage? It doesn't make any sense. And the answer is Amir said no. Going into a 12 chaos here, so they are actually neck and neck right now. All of the time that Webbs was behind on the last run has actually already been made up, entering the Furies a little bit faster.
Yeah, like I like Beowulf a little bit more for this, and I mean starting off with a rare cast is just really nice. He's already got a couple palms in it, and that's also, it's so weird to say that, oh, I'm so glad I found palms, but if there's anything that really needs palms, it is Poseidon cast. Like even Tidal Dash, you can kind of make do with like no palms.
Oh, the simultaneous kill!
We like it. Too bad it's not really simultaneous.
Yeah, it's actually 4 seconds off, but still
it's
very pretty.
Very
on
aesthetic.
Our screen. Yeah, aesthetically pleasing. So if you ever see something simultaneously happening like that, that means that Webbs is very slightly ahead. The one thing that I will note about Beowulf is that while Beowulf's clear is going to be a little bit better, Hera starts out with better boss damage. Hera's boss damage, because of the power of Crush Shot, is going to be really nice until Beowulf can pick up Mirage Shot. In that case, they will be pretty equal. But we've been seeing the rise of Hera as just a boss murdering weapon very recently. And this is no exception. I find myself
underestimating it a lot.
Yeah, same.
And Webbs does have Sudden Rush, which is it's not as good as Charge Shot, but it actually kind of does the same thing where it just gets out your attacks faster.
Exactly.
Taking
honestly,
palms.
I love Sudden Rush. I love it so much.
I
Taking
like
Palm-
it too.
I honestly, I don't know. I feel like that choice is fine. Palms are just so important for.
It's very safe.
Yeah, it's very safe. And one of the things is that Webbs' cast does have some palms in it, but not all that many. So getting a couple of extras here early on will be very nice. Picking up +1 dash, just a little bit of extra mobility. Oh, missing the mid shop.
All Trash manages to find theirs.
Yeah, so they're both in the same chamber, but this is the mini boss for Webbs, whereas Trash is going to get the mini boss in chamber 21, which is going to be a little bit better. A little bit better.
Webb's struggling a little bit with the heads fight, not managing to clear the big Gorgon's armor before he manages to bring down Meg.
Yeah, that damage gate is a little... Oh, greater recall picked up!
There it is! Oh!
That's going to be massive for Trash Lapras, able to essentially make it so that all of their positioning woes are completely gone. They can be anywhere, anytime. Nothing really matters.
Room clear enhanced.
Exactly. Going into... Though they are actually going to be going into 22 at the same time. Not a core boon! Oh, that's
for the replacement.
massive.
That's terrible.
Yeah, being offered the replacement there is awful. What replacement did it offer?
I think it was the cast.
Oh no.
I think it was the cast.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can take.
You can't take that. No,
You know, the
can't.
only you could take the replacement on the special, but that's it.
Well, okay, wait, hold on.
What?
If you have greater recall, you could probably take that.
Are you
Yeah?
talking about the
The cast
Poseidon
replacement.
cast?
The cast replacement.
Yeah, but okay, so it does. The big issue is that it keeps flying, and we don't want it to keep flying. We want it to drop and then immediately return back to you. So even though the keeping flying, you can not have to chase after them. There's still like the issue of them going and flying off into infinity. Like the animation still
Yeah,
goes on
you're
of them
drifting
flying off
slowly
into
off in the
infinity.
distance.
Yeah. So I still think it's incorrect to take. But I mean, like I think Trash made the right choice in not getting baited by it. I mean, we did have that was the meta build for a while, was Poseidon cast. But
It was. I popularized it, unfortunately.
It's yeah, I know. Its damage was just stinky.
Speaking of
I went back-
weird realities to live in, Trash did end up picking up Poseidon Attack because that's probably the correct choice.
Yeah. Oh my lord. Let's see if that works out for them. Poseidon Attack occasionally has problems in that it just like knocks enemies away and then they don't get hit by the cast. But I don't think that's as much of a problem on Hera because Hera doesn't have the additional knockback of something like Beowulf. So you're not stacking knockbacks there, and instead you're just dealing with one. So we'll see. Could be fine. Could not be.
Yeah, I mean, they may just have enough damage to kill things without having to worry about whether they're knocked back. So
yeah, who knows?
+1 cast for Webbs.
Yeah, I think a pretty minimal curse.
Yeah, just minus health, which is great. I mean, he has Mirage Shot. He has Sudden Rush. What more could a man want?
Yeah, truly. Yeah, no, we're seeing Trash going through doing fine. Like they have Snowburst, they don't quite have Mirage Shot yet, but they do have the prerequisites. We could see a Mirage Shot pretty quickly. Twin Shot, how does that interact with Poseidon?
I mean, it's just the range of your attack, right? So regardless of whether you hit them from far away or close up, it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just wondering if like, do they both hit at the same time and then the knockback stack? Does it count one knockback? Does it?
Yeah. They are bouncing back a fair bit. I don't know what the standard knockback distance is for Haribo, honestly. So this is outside of my academic knowledge.
This is a bit wonky. I'm not gonna lie. We are witnessing a new frontier here.
Well, Lat Miller did complain once about ending up taking Poseidon Attack in one of his own practice runs. So we know a little bit about it, and that is that Lat doesn't like it very much.
Yeah. That certainly does not. Also, we are seeing only a level 3 cast coming out of Trash Lapras. Not a great time, but we're against only a level 4 cast out of
Web. Level
Webs. So
6.
wait, is that 6? I
That's a
can't
6?
read.
It's small. I know.
It's tiny.
Cue the
Yeah, level 6
small
cast is gonna
reading
be
meme.
way better. Also, Chamber 32, Chamber 31, Patroclus over here, though, which is going to be very nice for a little bit of catch-up potential, heading into just a normal room. I believe they both had their mini-boss at this point.
Yeah, Webb's had Butterfly Ball, and he actually did this again. This seems to be something that he's like generally favoring doing, which is not megging against Butterfly Ball at all, just killing it naturally.
Absolutely. Going here, trying to find Mirage Shot, does not find it. Ends up picking up something. Oh, that's one of the bad ones. That's one of those boons that you don't pick up very often, so it's hard to see by the icon what exactly it is.
Which one was it?
I believe
Unshakable
it
Metal, or-
was. No, it was a. I believe it was the one where your crits do more damage to armor. It was either that or
Hidebreaker.
Yeah, I think it was like Hidebreaker. Regardless, nothing of any note.
Nothing
Yeah,
we're excited about is the main point.
pretty much.
Yeah, Trash
Getting
is
pressure
only
points.
into Poseidon. They can still find Mirage Shot. They're behind by
They
one
could.
chamber. I don't know if that's something you can make up for.
Yeah, and I don't believe Webbs has Mirage Shot at all.
He does.
At the
he
moment
does.
either.
He picked it up
Oh, he does?
at End Shop in Asphodel.
Ah, man, I'm just missing things. I apologize.
Don't worry about it. We can blame production.
Yeah, I don't actually have my production. The production thing does not actually have very much information on it. But, you know, it's fine. I'm not going to blame production. I'm going to blame my eyes. Anyway.
Unshakable
we
Metal!
Woo! Oh, taking Title Dash over Unshakable Metal. But a little bit behind here, picking up Deadly Reversal. Oh, boy. Well, that's not going to do very much here.
One of the dangers of Legacy and the joys is you get to see a lot of duo boons. Some of them you don't care for.
Yeah, some of them are not very interesting. However, we're seeing a very solid time coming out of Webbs, 13-18, which means that this is a sub 13 without the house splits brought in. Looking to be in a very solid lead at this point.
And managing to pick up a Braid of Atlas, making his boss fight that much quicker as Trash Lapras just finishes off the Elysium Heroes.
That's right. Coming in at, I believe, so we have 48-22. Looking at the...
Paying our Shade a visit.
Yeah, saying hi to the faithful Shade. 48-22 versus 48-53. A solid 30-second lead for Webbs coming into the final race.
Trying to make a sort of last-minute decision in terms of what Trash Lapras is going to take for the 6 keepsake. Honestly, if I don't feel like my life is in danger and I don't need to take what do you call it, Acorn, I actually really like taking Mom Pom into Styx.
Interesting. Because it triggers a whole bunch of times, given all of those chambers.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's nothing obviously if there's something in the well, which actually there wasn't. There was like Ignited Ichor, and that was it. Like, you might as well roll for it. I don't see any real reason not to. There is still an argument to be made for taking Acorn, just because, you know, not being able to be stunned saves you some time. Being safe saves you time, but I don't know. If you play well enough, you can probably get away with it.
Yeah, I've been a fan of Acorn, but maybe I'm just a newbie. And I like to go in and just sort of face tank through a bunch of damage on the Hades fight. I find that it saves me a lot of time in just animations. But
the Stake Stone.
Yeah, get in the corner, get in the corner, get in the corner.
Give me your lunch money. Mirage Shot, Mirage Shot. What are you doing?
Please. Okay. Hovering over Sweet Nectar for a very long time. I really do wonder, probably because the cast is a very low level, so wondering whether or not taking Sweet Nectar to try and buff up the cast level would be a potential. there, but just sort of hovering the Sweet Nectar and Mirage Shot for a second.
I think they're just doing it to mess with me. I think there's no other reason.
That is potentially an outcome. Ooh, picking up a braid for Webs. Very nice, very solid.
2 braids, I think he'll have going into the Hades fight. I think the other one is hidden.
That may be true. I am not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been pushed out by a lot of icons, but I mean, I think we're looking at plus 100% cast damage just going into Hades fight for a mere 20 gold. Very well priced and balanced.
Very, very nice.
How you doing there, Doug?
I know. I've had a long week. Anyway, 51-14 entering sticks, or exiting sticks, for Webs. Looking at something like a 52XX going in for Trash Lapras. A very solid lead coming out from Webs going into this Hades fight and clearing very quickly. Just a couple of salvos. I mean, did get the annoying spawn, but was able to clear out the annoying spawn before it was too impactful.
Having some trouble dashing around Hades, which is also something that I've had trouble doing when I really need to clear the mob spawns. Normally I just ignore them, but my tactics don't usually account for the shield stones, which is failure
shield
on my
stones
part.
are an exceptional circumstance, let's put it that way. And 52-21 coming out for Webs, who wins this semifinal match. Oh, that's so funny.
It's gotta be
All right. Trash Lapras is officially the they them pronouns of the hour with that play, shooting their casts off into the lake on purpose to show off greater recall, which is a callback to Lat Miller shooting his casts off into the lake the other day, which is a very funny BM move.
Lat Miller in shambles as we're speaking.
Yeah, look, that's very funny.
We love you, Lat.
Yeah, we love you, Lat.
But get fucked.
Okay, anyway, back to the thing that's actually happening. Doing some pretty solid damage. We are seeing the pain that comes from having only a level 3 cast here.
Yeah, even with Mirage Shot.
The damage is not where Lapras would want it to be.
Press the call button. I want to see it. Give me the call.
They're just trolling you now. Oh no, there it is. There it is. Ending up
they'd
with
save it for the
Artemis
last shred of health.
Yeah,
I don't like it here. Dunk, you take
50.
I'm firing myself.
Yeah, you're allowed to fire yourself. 53-50. Let's get these racers back in here so we can talk to them about the race. We have Trash Lapras. Well, actually, Trash Lapras needs to undeafen and unmute so that we can talk to them. Let's see how long that takes. I'm going to set up a timer. We're going to have live split for the Trash Lapras unmuting speedrun.
Can we get the Jeopardy clock ticking sound effect, please?
I don't think we're on record base.
There we are. Trash Lapras back with us. How do you feel that run went, Trash?
Garbage, terrible, trash. That's a good one. Yeah.
The namesake. Yeah. So take us through it a little bit.
The Achilles run was a little rough. I don't know what happened there. Beowulf was okay. It was better than I was expecting. And then Hera, I think I got too many boons early and I couldn't get homes. And then I wasted all my rolls and I couldn't get anything. It was kind of my fault, but it was just rough.
Gotcha.
But I had fun.
Yeah, and you are going to be back actually in the next match for the 3rd, 4th place match, going up against Seagull. So you're going to be on the horn in just a moment as well. So before we get into that, let's go over to Webbs. Webbs, how'd that go?
Howdy. It was okay. I got owned on Poseidon Sword and Asphodel and Elysium, but other than that, it was pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, you did get that natural Zeus into Lightning Phalanx pretty early
Yeah.
on, but we did notice that your cast was running a little light on palms.
Yeah.
Only level 4 common Athena cast by the end. So I had a
Yeah.
little bit of a damage struggle there.
Yeah, it felt okay not having a lot of palms though, because I mean we started double edge in room 2, so
Yeah.
it's whatever.
That'll certainly help. We did lose our minds a little bit at that double edge. All right. Well, very nice stuff. We will see Webbs back here in an hour or so for the finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go off to a short little break, just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go into the third, fourth place match between Trash Lapras and Seagull. third fourth place match of this hyper delivery tournament. We have Seagull and Trash Lapras here to close out, find out who is going to be the first like fully ranked players, because everybody else is like, oh yes, we're at 5th/6th. This is going to be the first actual ranking we have in the tournament. So Rist, take it away.
Yeah, we'll finally get to finalize some seeds. I also am no stranger to third place matches, having participated in quite a few of them myself. Not sure if that's an
Couldn't
issue.
possibly be me.
Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. In any case, let's get right into this. Seagull, Trash. Hopefully y'all are okay. And Trash, we just saw you race earlier, so hopefully you're still feeling up for it.
Yeah. Feeling great after that last one.
Yeah, of course. And Seagull, how
Well,
are
you
you
know,
doing?
since my race finished, I've been deep in the lab, just grinding away,
Right, of course.
coming up with new
Industrious
techniques,
Seagull.
new strategies, new mirror loadouts. It's going to be a whole different game. You're not even going to
Awesome.
recognize my play.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Seagull, since you've teased such an interesting lineup, why don't you give it to us? What are your 4 aspects?
All right. So instead of reading it left to right, we're going to go right to left. We're going to go Hestia,
Whoa.
Hera, Beowulf, Achilles.
Incredible.
All right.
That's my mix
And
up, right to left.
Trash, what will you ban?
I'm gonna ban Hera. Just because, I don't know. Sounds
No,
fun.
my good luck charm.
Oh no. That's true. Your hair runs have been really, really good, I think. And Trash, give us your 4.
Yeah, same thing. Achilles, Beo, Hera, Eris.
Goodbye, Eris.
Cool.
And surprise
Just
no
as
one.
planned.
There that one goes. We have 2 Achilles in the pool, so I'm going to assume that both of you will be Achilles. You know the drill. Make sure your keepsakes are good. Make sure your mirrors are all set. And find your starting seed.
Alrighty then. It looks like we're going to be starting out on Achilles for both of them. Going for Flurry Jab. All right, would you guys like a text countdown or an audio countdown?
Text, please.
Yeah, I'll take text again.
All right. Good
All
luck,
right.
Feel like
Now that they've both deaf and muted and they are both on the pact, we are going to be going for a text countdown. We're getting this started in 3, 2, 1, and go. See, oh, perfectly synchronized. Exactly
Nice.
the way I want to see it.
As all things should be.
Ah, yes. So going in with getting, I know your reference. I'm just not even going to acknowledge it. Ooh, interesting there. Seeing the Artemis on the Erebus gate, there is actually an argument for taking that. I'm not sure it was. It's probably correct, but whatever.
I've run into that before, and I've been yelled at for not taking the the first boon as something else, so you can see the boon that you're forcing later. But in an Erebus gate and that early, it's so risky. Like it's a high roll, and obviously you do it in like in any heat or even like any resettable format. But for here, I just don't know how worth it that is. Maybe it is. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm
not sure what the odds are. I mean,
if
maybe
I
you should do
flurry
it.
jab in chamber 1, I would do it.
That's
but
fair.
Regardless, the it's such a tiny thing. It's like a tiny optimization that also is a huge risk. So probably safer that we end up having this early title dash pickup. We have a common title dash on the side of Seagull and a common title dash on the side of Trash Lapras. So we are very even right at the beginning.
Well, I will say on the subject of that particular choice earlier, it was an Artemis Erebus gate, and as Webbs has shown us, Artemis is a perfectly fine start. So even if you end up getting the worst and you don't find up,
oh no,
what?
Oh no, the misclick from Seagull. Seagull took Mistral Dash replacement.
Oh no, Seagull.
Oh no.
What are you doing?
Oh god.
I'm in shambles. No, wait. This is his big brain plan, okay? This is what he was talking about. He's going to find another Poseidon, and he's going to get another swap. It'll be even rarer.
Oh my god. Yeah, upgrade directly to Epic. Oh my lord, that would be incredible if that happens. But otherwise, we have a Mistral Dash here. Oh dear.
the time loss on multiple fronts. The slowed down boss phases, the reduced damage. I don't know. I'll be happy to see if he gets another swap though. That would make my day.
That would be truly incredible. Remember when freaking Medic got Divine Dash at
Yes.
ESA and ended
He
up
got
getting
the
the swap?
It was
That
on
was
Aeris Rail,
so
right?
crazy. Yeah.
He played it really cool
Anyway.
too. It seemed planned for sure.
Completely planned. Oh man, really seeing the lack of the loss of damage here from the Mistral Dash. This is really unfortunate.
I don't like. I mean, Flurry Jab will still carry him for Tartarus, but I mean, when it comes to dealing with armored enemies in Asphodel, I'm not sure if level 2 Puff Dash is going to cut it.
Nah, he's just gonna get the replacement. Don't worry about it. On the other
This is
hand,
true.
we do have Trash Lapras just massacring their way through Tartarus. They're actually pretty similar on time now. Seagull, despite having the Mistral Dash, is actually going into the boss fight a little bit ahead of Trash Lapras, picking up an Aphrodite, picking up Life Affirmation, palming the Mistral Dash, which is actually fine because if you do actually get the replacement for it, it will keep all the levels.
Lapras turning down the replacement. Unfortunate. The Zeus Dash replacement. It is worth noting that it looks like they do have a rare crop. So we have an epic dash on Lapras' side.
Interesting. Yeah, the rare crop is... rare crop is kind of a meme in the community, but it is actually good to pick up on your core boons early on. Like a Tartarus rare crop is very solid.
Absolutely. And a Zeus call.
Yeah.
They're looking pretty good. Like they've got rerolls. They'll force Artemis. They're not lacking for any damage. They'll be good.
And this is Mistral Dash coming in that even though the fight was entered first by Seagull, it was exited second.
I wonder why.
Yeah, gonna grab Artemis. Gonna
sell Mistral Dash. Oh no. I mean, that's probably correct. Is that correct? That's probably correct.
No, it is. It's 100% correct. Here's why. Selling the Mistral Dash means that it's much easier to find on your next Poseidon a Tidal Dash. It's only a 10% chance to be offered the replacement, whereas it's a much higher chance than that to be offered it because the game wants to fill your core boons. So because of that, this is certainly the correct play. It sucks to lose all of those palms, but what are you gonna do? You have to do what you got to do, and it's unfortunate that Seagull is now on 0 boons, but should be able to pick up a Deadly Strike here. Yeah, picks up the Epic Deadly Strike. So, yeah, Epic Attack is going to be able to be helpful.
He's going to need all the juice he can get, so he's probably grateful to see the purple moon. So you can see how much he's struggling to just kill one enemy.
Yeah, there's a big difference, but it's totally fine. It's totally fine. These sorts of things happen. I have certainly misclicked in many a tournament myself.
Yep, and it's salvageable, kind of like how Ananka's run earlier didn't start off great, but once the build came together, it was just a matter of playing, not getting tilted, and still going. So as long as Seagull manages to maintain his mental, think positively, and of course find a Poseidon boon, he'll be good.
Absolutely. Also, quick shout out to Ananka1 in the chat who said that he is ordering a solid state drive for his Hades installation. So maybe that'll fix some of his problems. Who knows?
Find out next time.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. We have pressure points picked up for Seagull. Looking for Hunter's Mark, didn't find it, but pressure points still a solid alternative.
He needs that more than ever, though. He really needs that Hunter's Mark. Without it, he's...
Yeah. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We are picking up Deadly Strike for Trash.
I wonder if you roll another... Oh, nice. That's the end of Asphodel. I wonder if you do spend another 2 reroll dice just looking for that Hunter's Mark. Can you afford to be stingy here? Oh, another skip for him, though.
Into a Eurydice and Chamber 22. Very nice. Copyright? Oh no.
We'll be fine.
It'll be fine. I didn't say enough of the whatever. I think it has to be like 12 seconds or something. Anyway, who cares? We have going into the Lerny fight at a very similar time. Neither of them have particularly incredible Hermes boons. I think we have a hyper sprint coming out of Trash Lapras, and I don't know if Seagull's actually seen a Hermes yet. I can't remember. Dunk
Doesn't
DMTA magnet.
look like it. Oh wait, no. I think Seagull has a hyper sprint.
Okay, great. Yeah, I can see the trail. Yeah, there's hyper sprint there. So they both have hyper sprint here. The big difference, honestly, between their builds at the moment is just that actually now heroic title dash on the side of Trash
the dash
Lapras.
and the call. That's a big deal. Like that'll help bosses. That'll help rooms a little bit, I guess. Mainly bosses that really like to see that though.
Yeah, true that. We are
And no
seeing a
Hunter's
bit
Mark.
of a lead here.
This is like the definition of running on fumes in if there ever was one, this is it.
Yeah. I mean, Seagull is doing admirably for everything that's happening in this run. Like, honestly, maintaining composure very well despite everything.
I mean, he could be freaking out. We just don't know, right? Like he could be sweating and screaming and spinning in his chair, and we don't have a view.
Yeah, we go into the racer audio and it's just like, ah! Oh, God!
Internal and or external screaming.
Yeah, the internal screaming we just hear. Regardless, there is a +2 dashes picked up for Trash Lapras. That is going to be very nice here.
That's good.
Yeah, looking like another Artemis. Ah, there's Hunter's Mark. Very nice.
Hunter's Mark.
For,
there's the Poseidon. That's what we're looking for.
Yes. Whew. Get the title dash. Get it on to the dash slot, please.
And he's still got the nectar, so good chance of seeing an epic, as long as the game actually offers it to him.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. A little. Actually has enough charges on the nectar that might actually be able to use that on the next Hermes as well, which is very solid. Let's see, rolling more.
There it is.
Where's
Nice.
the title dash? Going directly into the shop. They actually appear to be neck and neck at the moment. That was a 29 shot for the both of them, picking up support fire over Mirage Shot. Completely agree. There is no cast boon here, so it's not going to do very much there. Going directly into mini boss is a little bit different. We've got a butterfly ball on one side into a Patroclus. Very nice.
Yeah, 2 rooms ahead, and Seagull's struggling a little bit with the stairs. I don't think it looks that bad actually. I was gonna say it doesn't look that bad. We're missing those 2 palms that he put in the dash though. Like, all that investment just kind of gone. Chartist wiped away clean.
That is true, but it is fine. We do have the ability. We should still be able to see a Hermes here. He has not found his second Hermes. So we are still potentially going to be able to find something like Hyper Delivery or plus dashes. Though it is a little bit late.
And better late than never, for sure. Like if there's a place where the damage matters, as you've been pointing out, it is boss fights, right? Achilles has pretty good room clear, so if he can find something good from Hermes, he has 3 reroll dice, so he can roll twice regardless of what it is, and hopefully he finds something good.
That's true.
Oh, hopefully he finds Hermes at all. There's a chance he doesn't show up.
That is also true, and it sucks. Buying Hydrolite, yeah, health's a little bit low, and there's the Hermes. So we're going to see what happens on this one once we clear out these enemies on Chamber 32. Looks like there is a 2-chamber lead at the moment as Trash Lapras is cleaning their way through Chamber 34. This is not an unrecoverable lead. It's certainly in the realm of, good but not crazy, but still very nice little solid 30-ish second lead here.
Is it only 30 seconds? I mean, he's still got 2 more rooms. I mean, it's 2 rooms of Elysium, and those are the big ones.
Oh,
Ooh.
oh, rolling away plus 2
Throw
dashes.
back. Rush delivery.
Getting hyper delivery.
Is that worth? That's good, right? That's worth it. Yeah. I mean, that's a bold roll.
I don't agree with that choice, but okay. But like, just there's it's kind of wonky on Achilles. Achilles really likes plus dashes. But regardless, still a very solid pickup. I would say that 75% rush delivery is in the same ballpark as the plus 2 dashes. So was able to pick up a very nice boon there to be able to boost the damage of this Achilles build.
Maybe not the right choice, but probably not the wrong choice either.
Yeah, it's like it's in there. It's up there in the like the maybe good, maybe not.
Oh, he needed that fountain. Nice. You really needed that. Good thing you found it too. I think it's also just to not focus on Seal for a moment. Trash Lapras actually has meme beam going on. So
what?
I don't think they have Crystal Clarity or any of the other meme beam dual builds spoons whose names I can't remember. Cold
a
Embrace.
beam hanging out.
Yep. They do actually have Infernal Soul, so they have multiple beams available.
I'm gonna see. So Seagull has been not taking Hades Call ever, so it's time to see if Seagull decides to take Hades Call here. Yeah, there it is.
He's gotta. Like he's got so much time to make up for it. Like if he can't afford to like go safe and take the Acorn.
True that. There's we've got about, I would say, like a minute or so lead here. It's a 12:32 Elysium exit versus a 13:30 Elysium exit, so about a minute of lead going into this. I mean, Trash Lapras did just assemble a better build earlier on, and you know we're not going to harp too much on the Mistral Dash replacement, but that was a little bit of a misclick from Seagull that cost a lot of time.
Yeah, definitely put the build behind. But, I mean, he's back up. He's got a Palm in the Dash. He's got Hunter's Mark. He's got Hyper Delivery. He's at least going to keep pace now at the end of this run.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, their builds actually look very similar now. After, you know, now that everything's come together. The Hyper Delivery and the plus 2 dashes kind of battling it out. Ooh, nice epic billowing strength coming out for Trash Lapras.
It doesn't look like Seagull has any megs left except the one, which I'm assuming he's just going to hold for Hades.
Very likely, yeah. Hidebreaker picked up. Actually kind of nice here. Hidebreaker is not great, but if there's any weapon for Hidebreaker, it's probably Achilles, because it does kind of want to shred through armor a little bit faster than something like a, I don't know, like a Nemesis or something like that.
Yeah, it's like a
Hestia.
reaching slash that's kind of built. I mean, it's not great. I mean, and it's possible he wasn't even thinking about that, right? It's possible he was just like, yeah, I'll just take something and go.
Yeah, but I mean, even still, it will actually provide some
benefits
use against mini bosses. Yeah.
Oh yeah, especially here where the mini boss health is just so high.
Exactly. Going into the Hades fight for Trash Lapras, exiting Styx at 15:32, 15:31, 15:32. Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
15:31. It was actually white on white for a second, so I could not see it. So 15:31 exiting Styx, going into this Hades fight. We're gonna see what happens here. Probably, oh yeah, very good damage coming out of Trash Lapras.
Just going nuts on him.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Trash Lapras' Acorn, we have 2 Bowmen.
Yeah, this Acorn's not going to last long. However, we do have the meme beams coming out, the absolutely crazy damage coming out with that billowing
Charging
strength.
that call with the beam damage.
That's pretty wild. Oh, look at how fast that call's charging up.
That's good. That's like that's almost legitimate, right? like
yeah, it's not legitimate, but it's almost legitimate.
Real tangible benefit.
It's like
there's definitely an upside.
Actually, the call charge was actually kind of crazy.
Yeah. That's kind of nuts.
Yeah,
and that was like on Trash.
Yeah, that was charging like a full call bar in seconds.
In my father's name.
Maybe Meme Beam isn't as much of a meme as we thought it was.
Wait a second.
What?
Did I believe I hear that Trash Lapras picked up an epic rush delivery to go along with. Oh, that would explain the damage.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Rush
never
delivery
mind.
is good.
I mean, sure, it's fine, but like apparently they had an epic rush delivery with +2 dashes and hyper sprint, so that's that's a lot of damage.
Seagull's actually doing pretty well himself though. Doesn't have the. I don't think he has the +2 dashes that that Trash had.
No.
But you know, we've got a rare hyper delivery going. That's
That we
pretty
do.
good.
Yeah, rare hyper delivery. We've got Dad Call. We are still zooming. Not quite the same level of zooming that we expected, that we got out of Trash Lapras, but still very solid. Let's see what this final clear time ends up being. Somewhere around 18 minutes.
And almost certainly losing time to Trash on this boss fight, unfortunately. So whatever deficit he was operating at, Seagull is operating at a slightly larger one now.
All right, and there is a kill at 17:58. So we've got a bit of a deficit, about a minute 10, but that is, yeah,
Minute 10.
yeah, minute 10 deficit for Seagull, but that is definitely recoverable. So we'll see how this goes in the next weapon. We got Beowulf coming in for Trash Lapras. Picking up an early Ares, you don't really want to see that, but you know, you can have a couple poopy gods in your pool as long as you pick up the one that you want, which is Artemis.
Yep. That's really all that matters. We are on a Merciful End seed though. There was Athena. You could have gotten Emio Wolf, but
yeah. Emia Wolf is actually weirdly not so bad, but you have to have the Divine Flare. Like, there's no other way.
I don't want to play with Divine Flare. I tried once or twice, and the AoE is so small.
Yeah, it's tiny.
I can't handle it.
I'm not a fan. Tidal Dash coming out. I believe that this is Hestia. Yeah, I saw the epic cast and I was like, oh, are they on Beowulf? That'd be amazing. Nope, it's Hestia.
We can't have nice things here.
Yeah, no. But I mean, rare Tidal Dash, still very nice. Regardless, we have a natural Artemis coming out for Trash Lapras.
Speaking of which,
into the Athena.
never mind. The game wants them to have a Merciful End anyway.
Yeah. We have the Merciful End side and we have the Mirage Shot side. Oh boy. What a weird setup. Tidal Dash coming in very nicely for Seagull. Not picking up another good second god yet, but we have plenty of time. We are just getting started with Tartarus as we are only on Chamber 5. I believe I just saw Pulverizing. Yeah, that's Pulverizing Blow coming out of Trash Lapras. So not a hammer that you really want, but it does make your basic attacks a little bit faster and more usable. So still not it's not good, but it's also
It's
not
a wash.
awful.
It's not going to hurt you.
Going to skipping
Nice.
11 and 12 here as well, which is very nice.
That's about what you want. Nice. Seagull
Yeah,
also
natural-
finding a natural Artemis.
Yeah, natural Artemis for Seagull is very good. Not having to force that in the next biome, just being able to put that directly on the attack if they can catch the sneak, which he did.
Having a little bit of trouble. That looked like Forced Overtime 2, yeah?
Yeah, that's probably FO2 sneak.
You hate and love to see it.
Yeah, you hate / love to see it. You know, depending on which side of it you're on. Chamber 10 Sisyphus, so not quite the same level of nutso as Trash Lapras' start, gifting Boldy because Seagull is in fact a man of people. And yeah, Trash Lapras may have the natural start, but also only has level 2 cast, so it did take a while to clear out the boss there. I feel like if there's any place that Seagull will be able to make up a little bit of time here, it's on that boss fight, because Seagull is starting out with a little bit of a better build.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, like not being able to find palms on the cast is not terribly unusual. Unfortunate as it is for Beowulf, because you're clamoring for so many other things, and sometimes you just get unlucky to begin with. And it doesn't help that, you know, missing those palms, as we mentioned earlier, is like so noticeable.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also
We'll
nice to
see how this
that
goes.
It's also nice to see that Seagull has picked up an early hyper sprint, so Ellie is able to make use of that that extra move speed and mobility earlier. He also knows what he's rolling for now. I don't think there's anything else he really needs, right? Like he's got a couple rerolls left, but like a good Hermes is about it, right?
I would
Except for maybe
assume that
100
he's
mark.
probably going to go for a special boon at this point.
True.
Probably going to try and pick up something like an Aphrodite special, maybe try and pick up Heartrend. That would be my assumption, though I don't really know.
I ain't an expert. And I think you're right. He did save plenty of time on this, not only this boss fight, but this Tartarus in general, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Trash Lapras' Tartarus was somewhere in the realm of like 4 minutes, whereas Seagull's was a little under 4. It was like a 3-something.
I would have snagged that yarn for Mirage Shot. There it is.
And Hyper Sprint.
Nice.
Mirage Shot plus Hyper Sprint in the shop, going directly into a palm. This is exactly what you want to see on Beowulf.
Yep, getting very strong, very suddenly, very fast. These jumping bombers, though.
Yeah, jumping bombers suck. Oh my god, jumping bombers. They're the worst.
This is why I don't know if Trash is on FO2 or FO1. It looks like FO1, but this is why I don't understand people who can do Beowulf on FO2.
I don't do FO2 Beowulf.
When that happens, it's just ugh.
Yeah, it's gross. Regardless, we're seeing Seagull having some absolutely massive damage here. 832 damage crits coming out. 1100 damage crit coming out. Very, very, very nice. Let's see if he gets the hyper delivery. There's +1 dash. He's rolling away from it. Ah.
Nah. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Thoroughly owned by Hermes today. I mean, he's had a couple of good runs with Hermes. This is not a good one. Picking up Heartbreak Flourish, very nice here. And then going into Zeus, trying to get a Zeus call. Very nice.
Yeah, if anything, he'll have a, like, lacking, I guess, the rush delivery. He'll have a pretty full build. I mean, Trash is kind of in the same boat. They also have what I imagine is a pretty full build. Ooh, we might see some hyper delivery here, though.
That's true. Let's see what there is.
Game has handed them everything.
Rolling.
Nope.
Rolling twice.
Ah.
Both players on naked hyper sprint.
Yeah, Hermes is
Seagull skipping the end of Asphodel though.
Found it
21
into
22.
USC.
Lenny and I missed you too.
This is what Trash Lapras got in Tartarus, and it's a little better to see it in Asphodel.
Yeah. making up a lot of time off of that. Yeah, that was exactly what Seagull needed to get going. A double strike. We might see Splitting Bolt. I'm just gonna throw that one out there. I don't think we've seen Splitting Bolt yet.
No, we haven't. Splitting Bolt Zeus Call on Hestia would be so cool. That would be so cool. But you know, no God's Legacy, so it's just like we don't see Splitting Bolt Zeus Call very often, and especially on like God's Pride. Oh, massive!
God, so much damage.
You know, the more that I see Hestia being played, the more I'm like, God, I wish Eris wasn't the weapon that we use, because this is just so cool.
There's so much viability and diversity in that one weapon alone, as you pointed out in your. And he clears it first. He was behind.
Yeah.
But he's out.
Very nice. Making up all of the time, every single bit of it.
And change.
So we have several duo boons that are available. We have several legendaries that are available. There's a lot that could happen in this next area from Seagull.
Yeah, his build is really robust. I mean, as you pointed out earlier, like Hestia really wants to press all of those buttons, which I mean seems kind of dumb to say, but a lot of weapons just want to focus on one or two things. But Hestia is, like, it's everything. Like you want to take advantage of every bit of damage you get, and like we're seeing that consistently with this weapon. Yeah. Probably not as fast as Hestia or as fast as Eris, but I mean, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
But nothing's as fast as Eris, let's be real. Regardless, Seagull actually taking Coin Purse going in, not bothering to take the safety of the Acorn, and not really having any other gods or boons really that he wants. So just sort of leaving it up to chance. Getting a patty though, fountain or mid chop directly into their chamber 30 patty.
Yeah, so a mid Elysium skip.
That's right. Then going into this Artemis mini boss, finding the butterfly ball. Very fortunate Elysium so far for Seagull.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that would make it even sweeter is a fountain. Look at that hardest mark. Nice. Okay, now he's full
Very
build.
nice. That's right. Let's see. He could theoretically. I mean, I don't remember. Does he have a hammer yet? Let me check my document to see if he has a hammer yet.
The document
no,
has
the
been
document-
abandoned by
the document has
its
been
inhabitants,
completely
so
abandoned.
we are left to our own
alright.
devices, but it doesn't seem like he has anything going from. I don't see it bouncing. I don't see it piercing. There's no targeting system reticles, so this may be his first hammer, or it's like maybe he picked up Seeking Fire and he's just cashing on that plus 10% damage. I don't know.
By the way, just note the hazard bomb right
Hazard
there.
bomb!
Yes,
Never
one of
before
the best.
seen.
Oh, amazing hammer specifically for Hestia and nothing else.
I can't believe it. Look at that damage.
God, it's so massive.
That's stupid.
Oh.
What's going on?
We love to see a hazard bomb here at Hyper Delivery. That is incredible.
I mean, like, screw Hyper Delivery. Like, this is the first time I've seen it ever. Like, I've never
Really?
seen. I don't think I've seen this gameplay before. I mean, I haven't watched a lot of Hestia runs, and I
Gotcha.
don't play it much myself. So this is like kind of new to me. The only time I've like actually seen a hazard bomb is like that one time Halion took it and blew himself up.
Oh, and messed up? Yeah.
And invalidated his hitless
His no-hit run? Yeah.
That was pretty funny. And Amir actually
You know,
called him
I've
and
actually
yelled at him.
taken Hazard Bomb on hitless Hestia runs myself,
yeah?
and I always get hit by something else. I never get hit by the Hazard Bomb, but I've always gotten hit by something else in the run. Regardless, yeah,
AoE is
Seagull is running on
huge.
0 hammers at this point. Here's the
Can you-
second one.
Ricochet
Fire.
That's good. Right before the bosses as well. Like Ricochet, like that's good, right? Like, just bounce right between them. Double the damage.
Truly perfect hammers. The 2 best hammers you can see on Hestia on deck. Very
Can you see
nice.
targeting system with Hazard Bomb?
Yes, but it's weird. I've actually had it on my 50 heat runs, and let me tell you, it doesn't always work the way you would expect.
Really?
Yeah, sometimes enemies don't get the targeting system bonus when you put hazard bomb targeting on them.
Like,
It's
like it's
very
trouble with
weird.
the extra AoE or something like that?
Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah. You never really know what makes it tick.
Mm.
But a very, very quick kill. Actually, this is a very incredible run from Seagull, coming in at sub-6 in-game time and had a sub 12 heroes kill. So very, very nice.
Really good. And I think it's worth pointing out that he did some shade strats where he ended the fight right next to the good shade. So doesn't even have to travel that far to beat him.
That's right. Very nice. Always want to give your shade some love, even though none of us do, because we have no hearts or souls. We are clearing out. Yeah, I mean, the boss damage from Trash Lapras is looking pretty good, but I mean, it's very interesting to say that the incredible boss damage of Beowulf is getting closely
overshadowed
matched by
a little bit even.
by Hestia.
Oh, granted, they only have 3 palms in the cast, and it's common. That's like, I mean, you hate to see it. It has to be said that is
Yeah.
a DPS loss for sure. And it doesn't
much so.
appear as though I'll have to check once they load in, but it doesn't appear as though they have any extra like casts from no extra casts from Chaos, and I haven't seen if they've picked up any extra cast damage, but if they haven't, then Smoldering Air for Seagull with double strike.
Oh my god, that is going to be a massive call.
Yeah.
Call is going to do so much damage in the Hades fight.
You know what? Seagull really is living his best life, playing Hestia instead of Eris. Because while everyone else is picking Eris knowing it'll be banned, Seagull is picking Hestia knowing that he'll be able to play it.
And when he does, he knows that
It's
he's
good.
real good at this weapon, and it's a very good weapon. I mean, yeah, it's like I dropped this weapon in A tier, and I do not regret it. It is, it is incredible.
Also seeing a rare instance where Seagull is holding down the attack button in the small rat rooms.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually part of the versatility of Hestia, is that Hestia actually has the ability to just kind of play like Eris Rail every once in a while when you need it.
Mm.
Not as good as Eris Rail, for sure, but when you need to clear out lots of tiny enemies, it can do it.
Meanwhile, Trash does, like, aside from the slightly sad amount of palms, Trash does have a decent build. You know, they have Hunter's Mark, which is really good. We saw that do some work in Heroes. They have Sudden Rush, which is also really good for room clear and stuff like that. I think they've had it for a while. So, you know, this is a decent build.
Yeah,
It's-
Trash is lining up their casts extremely well. Like very nice precision Beowulf play. You could see it in some of the rooms where they drop their casts down in what would be sort of a no man's land for any other weapon, but for Beowulf is the perfect alignment between the enemies to kill multiple with your salvo of casts. So very solid play from Trash Lapras as we enter the Hades fight at, I believe, I can't see the exact split time on that, but 32:49 for Seagull entering the Hades fight. Ooh, terrible. The
Shield
stone
stones.
spawn's not good.
Just aggressively getting rid of all these extra enemies, slamming them into
Yeah.
walls.
Get out of here. I don't want you to protect Dad anymore. Stop it.
And you do get to savor the extra time that enemies are alive by bullying them harder because you don't kill them as fast. So yet another reason to play Hestia over Eris.
Yeah, looking like over on the other side, looking like about a 33-46 entrance for Trash Lapras for Hades. So about a minute behind, but we saw that minute equalize very quickly. It was actually a minute ahead going into the last weapon, so we could easily see this turn around into Trash Lapras's favor. I also think they probably have a little bit of a lead on the boss damage because Seagull has not been getting very many crits in this fight.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We are not getting those delicious big numbers. While Trash does have Hades in a corner, and they are using their call really well. And looks like despite the low amount of cast palms, they're still doing pretty all right.
Yeah, very very reasonable damage. Ooh, a little bit of an input error there, getting them firing the casts around the pillar, not quite able to hit Hades.
Yeah, but again, really good use of the call, having the presence of mind to press the button as they're flying.
That is a technique that some people don't actually even know about, is that you can use calls while in mid bull rush, and it allows you to get the call damage out a little bit more reliably.
Very stylish. Let's see if they'll actually live through that. Okay. I find myself whenever Dad does the Omni beams, I find myself trying to pick up my casts and bull rush, and it never works out for me. I always just eat laser beams to the face.
Eat laser beam. All right. We have a 35-16 exit coming out of a 35-16 exit coming out of Trash Lapras, going up against the 34-11 out of Seagull. Seagull got breamed. Ouch. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's not good at all. See, this is the kind of thing that Trash Lapras needs to be able to make up that 1 minute time deficit. We now have Seagull getting breamed.
We're gonna have to fight for his life.
Yeah, we're gonna see what kind of flare he decides to pick up. There are a couple of different options that he could try and pick up here to make up the slack. He could try picking up Aphrodite. He could try picking up he could try getting another Flood Flare. I guess he could take Hunter's Flare. I don't know. There's a lot of...
Good.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
There are some options. And you heard me laughing a little bit earlier. I'm laughing because he has Dread Flight. Got to watch the special bounce all around with their the +2, I think. +2 bounces. Something like that. I'm not a Dread Flight connoisseur. I know that Museus has been sort of preaching how good it is. And honestly...
Oh, no. Okay, sure footing. It was offered a dash replacement. Oh no, don't
It's
take Thunder
Zeus.
Flare.
Uh-oh. Who
Thunder
knows what
Flare
Seagull's
is-
going to do?
Yeah, well, we don't know what's gonna happen. This is unprecedented territory.
Yep. he
Oh,
hovered
he
it.
didn't take it good.
He hovered it.
Yeah,
He was
hovered
thinking
it for a
about
second.
it. Oh, God.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
scared us
Trash
all.
picking up a natural Poseidon, so already looking significantly better than Seagull so far.
Yeah. Oh, I feel so bad for Seagull at this point. There's not much you can do about this. This is just.
It
this is
happens
just,
sometimes.
Yeah, it's one of the risks of playing a cast weapon. It's a small risk, but it is a risk.
Oh, into a natural Artemis.
Oh my lord,
For
Trash Lappers
Trash.
is getting the works right now.
Yep. The fates have flip-flopped in whom they have decided to favor all of a sudden. Now, Seagull does have Splash Dash, which, at least for Tartarus, is going to be fine. It's just like that future build potential that's going to really slow him down.
Take the
He has to roll.
rolling for a crush.
It's
No!
not there. Oh,
The
no.
double Vareem?
What do you do? What do you
I've
do?
never seen a double Vareem.
He
I've
has
never seen this.
he has to take the Thunder Flare. That's the only option.
Oh,
Your only hope, Seagull, if you're listening, take the flare.
oh no. How does one recover from getting double Vareemed? That's like that is such a tiny chance. Nope,
Turning
not
it
taking the
down.
Thunder Flare.
Alright.
All right.
Oh God. Oh no.
Yeah, not even gonna take it.
What's he gonna do? Like, I guess he forces Aphrodite.
Yeah, probably.
I guess.
You gotta force something. Okay, so I heard Bright actually complaining about this the other day, is that Amir basically decided with Beowulf that despite it being a cast weapon, that casts are not high priority on it. So there's no priority value put on finding a cast. So
I've heard, like, weird conflicting reports about that. Like, it's been brought up, but Amir has said it's fine. So I don't know if I don't know who's mistaken, like the game devs or the nerds who've been looking into it. So
well,
I
it's
don't know
just
what
that
to
there's
believe.
no priority, and we've asked Amir, and Amir is like, "Nah, it's good. It's good where it is." Regardless, we are now dealing with a pretty even. Oh no! Oh god, this could be a mirage shot. Okay, it wasn't, but
didn't roll
still.
for it.
I think I agree with that. It doesn't
I feel
have
like
the
you throw one
keepsake,
reroll.
so. How many rerolls do they have?
3 it looks
You
like.
know? 3?
That's worth one. It's gotta be worth one.
If they
Worth
had
one.
4, I would say throw one reroll at it. But the thing is, 3 is the perfect threshold to reroll twice.
I guess so.
Also, he's forcing already.
This is true.
He's forcing already.
Yeah, they're forcing already. What's it? What would we get? Oh God.
No, I mean Seagull's forcing already.
Yeah. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Is. He's just going to go for the flare? I don't know.
Maybe. Hunter's Flare does open it up. Does open up Mirage Shot.
Okay, can we cut to the Seal cam where he's just like screaming and spinning in his chair? I think we need to go back.
I mean, he's had 2 runs during this that have something at least that is cursed in it.
All right, here's Artemis.
Uh-huh. Oh dear.
I'm having some
see.
major pains here from feeling whatever Seagull's feeling, which can't
Yeah,
be.
I think my empathy is actually starting to go off right now. And yeah, this is where we see the catch-up happening. Trash Lapras is actually getting a Chaos Gate and is now on the same chamber. In fact,
Honestly-
will exit the same chamber faster.
Lapras could probably get no more free rooms, and they would still like look how long Seagull is taking to kill these guys.
Oh, I feel so bad for Seagull right now.
There's
There
the
it is.
cat,
There's
baby.
the Hunter
All
Flare.
right.
Okay.
Run save.
We are
Seagull is ready to go.
yeah, we're seeing something here. Is it what we were expecting? Certainly not. However, we are seeing something. We haven't seen Hunter's Flare in a long time. We'll see how this goes. Picking up, got a crit on that Hunter's Flare. I guess Mirage Shot with Hunter's Flare does actually make it more... Oh god, such a tiny AoE.
So small.
Zeus's Aid, alright. Definitely going to need that for extra damage.
He's got to take it. Even if it unlocks something bad, he can't afford to... Oh, he needs that so much. Nice. 21 Fountain.
Oh yeah, the Tidal Dash is actually going to mess up the Hunter's Flare. Oh no.
You're right.
Mirage Shot picked up for Trash Lapras.
This is a disaster.
This is a disaster. Trash is playing well and has a good build, and Seagull is dealing with Tidal Dash Hunter's Flare.
The anti-synergy is there. Yeah, I was about to say he's like still barely holding on to a lead by his fingernails, but that just went away. He has been officially passed again.
Wow, the lead has been traded back so many times during this race.
I was
And
going to say,
honestly,
very dynamic.
yeah, at this point, it's... I hate to say it, but a lot of it is down to Seagull getting super unlucky. Come on, just give my man... Oh! The flare replacement!
But he can't get Mirage Shot anymore. It's a true devil's bargain.
This is terrible. Can't get Mirage Shot. He has his Tartarus build now in Asphodel.
Oh no. Oh no. You love to see I love to see replacement awareness, okay? That's
Yes.
something that we've been harping on, at least in like the Hermes Cup, when, you know, so very often people will just get replacements, or the casters will note, hey, you know, we can get this replacement, and it happens, but I don't know, the runner doesn't notice. I'm glad that at least it seems like more people are thinking about it now.
Yeah, I mean, replacements are sometimes just correct, and we have been exploring that more. Also, I am so excited after this run to talk to Seagull, to ask Seagull the question of, how you feeling? How do you think that run went? Because I have a feeling he's going to have some choice words for this run.
Well, Seagull will probably show up to the channel, be muted, and whenever he unmutes himself, we'll just hear long, unceasing screaming until he mutes himself.
Yeah, we're gonna have to mute Seagull just so that we all can retain our sanity, like an eldritch monstrosity has just entered the room.
Yeah, well, if there is any eldritch monstrosity of a run, it is what Seagull's getting. Although
Yes.
Trash Lapras's build is a different kind of eldritch monstrosity, where it's actually like really stinking good, unbelievable.
Yeah. Ooh, picking up maybe Snowburst here. We'll see. Rolling for it, I'm sure. And Ravenous Will is fine.
Yeah. Probably not worth rolling twice for.
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, Lapras has Mirage Shot, has Tidal Dash, has basically everything they want except for Snowburst, so it's looking pretty solid here. Whereas on the other side, that is an epic Flood Flare with 0 palms.
It's just kind of nudging the chariots away and cutting down half their health.
Yeah,
good.
3 casts. Yeah, it's it's good. It's this is a race. Oh, look at that wall slam damage.
And look at that dash distance reduction as well for Seagull. I did not see what he took for that, but this is the run of Devil's Bargains for Seagull. So whatever he traded his dash distance for, it better be worth it.
Yeah. I mean, what would it take for Seagull to be able to bring this back? Is it even possible?
I don't think so.
No. It'd have to be like Artemis, get an Artemis, get Mirage Shot in the exact next room, then skip the entire last part of the biome where one of them is a palm that you also get a that is a fountain, like a fountain with a palm in it. And then even then it would just be even.
Yeah. even though I don't think he can bring it back, honestly, at this. Oh, yeah, it's
Hey,
charge
charge
shot.
shot.
I wonder if Mom Pom would have been the correct choice here, just over the money bags.
Potentially greater recall coming in for Trash Lapras.
From a fountain to boot.
Yeah. Oh dear. Let's see this. Let's see this butterfly ball kill. Yep.
No Artemis attack. Not bad.
Yeah, given everything. Played
is
very
Artemis.
well. And there's Deadly Strike.
The build's coming together, everyone.
Yeah. I mean, Lapras is on 33 at this point. Had a late fountain. Like it's looking like curtains.
Well, if anything, Seagull has given us a slight gift, given our complaints earlier about, how we can't have nice things and get the same weapon played back to back. Charge Shot basically makes Beowulf into Haribo, so we are sort of
true.
Back to back. Look at this.
And you know what we also get? We also get a lot of really good fuel for commentary. Oh, hey, nice 33 Patty. But yeah, we get a lot of fuel for commentary because we get to see this stuff and be like, oh my god.
I think being in shambles makes for excellent content. What does not make for excellent content is this room 34 for Seagull, though. This was exactly the opposite of what he needed. Because he's actually in the same room. Like, he's caught back up a little bit now that his build is kind of come back together. Still doesn't have a Mirage Shot. Still only has one Palm. But
Sweet Nectar plus a Palm in the Elysium shop. Not able to put it into the cast. Unfortunately, only able to put it into the dash, but still. Trash Lapras, everything coming up roses.
Yeah. If anything, I feel like Seagull will make it close.
Yes.
We'll need to see Mirage Shot from this shop, but there it is. Oh, no. Close.
Well, we tried.
We tried. For how bad this run's been going, I think Seagull has been playing quite well. Keeping it together. Missing the Minotaur again. I think this is the second time he's missed the Minotaur with Megan.
Yeah, I think if there's anything that Seagull could lab a little bit, it's getting that input on the Minotaur fight. I mean, these are the kind of things that happen during tournaments, though. Like, there's always tournament nerves, and tournament nerves make it so you screw things up. I believe I missed the Minotaur Meg in one of my world record runs. So it just happens. And
the thing is, like, I suspect he's getting the angle correct. But if you move too quickly, you can actually throw off. Also, and he's probably in like maximum go mode at this point. So it would make sense that perhaps he's a little bit too quick on the trigger.
Yeah. Very likely. That's usually the biggest way to mess it up. Or you just, like me, you forget the input entirely and you just hit Meg as soon as you enter.
You just have a brain fart.
That's a good one. Yeah, it's just like, what do I do here? Okay.
Just forget where you are for a moment. It happens.
Yes, my dementia comes in. My early onset dementia comes in. I forget where I am. Regardless, we are in the Temple of Sticks for both of them. Trash Lapras at a solid lead. Hasn't Dad Call is going to probably do some pretty massive damage here. Seagull is keeping up admirably for how poorly this run has gone.
Yeah, be nipping at his heels. I expect Seagull will probably be about a Chamber or a Hades phase behind, if I were to guess. And he's easily going to lose even more time on the Hades fight just because, you see his build.
Yeah, his build has not come together. I mean, by no fault of his own, of course. Looking like I don't think he sees any good opportunities to be able to pick up the Mirage Shot either. Skips over the yarn for a second, picks it up on the second go through.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't remember what's in the shop and kind of hedging his bets. You might as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, one Styx Chamber behind. A little bit more, actually, I guess, since he has to see this mini boss.
About a Styx path. Oh well. Regardless, Seagull putting up a fantastic fight for how garbage that Beowulf run was.
Yeah, even with the big RNG sort of taken out, the game still giveth and taketh as it pleases in its own
That's
creative
true.
ways.
Yeah. So let's just watch this final moments of this fight. Oh, by the way, he got an Artemis and did not get Mirage shot. Going for a Poseidon here, we'll see if he gets it. But regardless, Trash Lapras hitting the button on the fishing point because why not?
Classic move.
We'll see if Trash Lapras remembers to fish after this. That would be pretty pog.
They would have to get a
Let's see.
catch, or else I think they should be disqualified.
Yeah, seriously. 3-minute time penalty for not doing surface fish.
I think that's only fair.
I agree.
And no Mirage shot on the last try for Seagull.
That stings. Yeah, this post interview is gonna be real interesting. With a 52-53 coming out from Trash Lapras, a very solid time.
And basically exactly one whole Hades fight behind, coming in on his tail, Seagull. Is this his first is this his first non-sub 50-minute time?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he was not.
Was he? I thought he was. I could be wrong.
No, he was. No, they were both a little over 50 minutes. They were like, this is his first non-sub 51 though. Because no, I actually can't remember. It was like, I know it was 10 seconds off. It was like 50-19 or 51-19.
Okay, so it wasn't.
Yeah, it was like barely over.
It was close enough, so I guess I imagined it as such.
Guess you rounded down.
Rounded down and down further.
Yeah, rounded down
down
twice.
in a second.
Yeah. -1 rounded down. All right, well, we'll see how long this takes. This is, honestly, for not having Mirage Shot, this is some pretty solid damage. It's yeah, it's not as bad as it could be. The Charge Shot plus Artemis attack is definitely picking up a little bit of the slack here.
Yeah, epic cast. He did actually manage to find a big palm, so we kind of got there in the end. We have Zeus Call. I mean, yeah, obviously you want more than this, but
yeah. And coming in 54-36, a solid finish despite everything. Seagull, why don't you talk about that run? What happened? How you feeling about it?
So obviously the Mistral Dash was a mistake, right? That was a misclick.
Yeah, of course.
And then, that went as it would. I was very happy with how the Achilles run turned out, regardless. I think there were some free rooms in there. I don't really remember. Hestia was rock solid, even without getting any rush delivery or extra dashes. There were some free rooms in there, but I was really pleased with that. Beowulf, that's, we talk about cast weapons as being very consistent weapons, but, it does happen that they fall flat sometimes. And that was that instance. Maybe I should have stuck with Hunter's Flare. Maybe I should have taken Phalanx Flare early in Tartarus, even though I really hate Phalanx Flare. I don't know. I got very lucky with the caster placement, obviously, for Flood Flare, Starve for Palms, no Mirage Shot, whatever, right? I'm pretty happy. I think that my execution, for the most part, was very good, right? I think I played well despite the stuff I was given, and so there's really nothing more I can say past that, except I regret taking Mistral Dash. Obviously.
Yeah, that was what we were saying on commentary, is that you did absolutely fantastic work given the stuff that you were given. Like this was, some of these runs were no fault of your own. Like that Beowulf
Mistral
run
Dash was my fault. I'll cop to that. That was
sure. However, misclicks happen. These things are just they are a part of the game that we play, and I would say that you kind of got wrecked by Beowulf luck, and that sucks. But you did play very well despite everything.
Thanks.
So,
and you saw my luck in the first 2 rounds, so
yeah,
the bill comes due.
Yeah, karma was paying it back a little bit.
Yeah, but GG's to Lapras. I wasn't watching, but I'm sure they played very well because they've just been really throwing down some fantastic play from what I've seen this weekend.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Appreciate that.
fantastic. With that, Seagull, do you have any final shout outs or anything that you'd like to do?
Not really. Just shout out to and personal plug, I guess, to Baj for clearing the 64 heat route that he and I worked on together. If you guys haven't seen that yet, check it out on his YouTube channel. It's super cool. And I'm gonna hopefully work on some more max heat routes for other players in the future.
All right, fantastic. Now going over to Trash Lapras, how do you feel? How did you feel about that run? Take us through it.
The Achilles was okay. That was a decent Achilles run. I got a lot of boon luck. It was pretty solid. The time wasn't like the best time I put up for how good the boons were, but I'll take it. The Beowulf Stinky. I really have to practice that weapon. I kind of sucked every time I played it this weekend, I think. But yeah, I was surprised I won with that time. And Hera's solid. I like Hera. It's fun. But yeah, it was good. I wasn't expecting to win with
Fantastic.
almost 53, but it sounds like Sequel had some really bad luck.
Yeah, there was a little bit of cursed stuff on Seagull's side. Regardless, incredible play from you, Trash Lapras. Very nice to see all of the runs that you've done over this weekend. You've certainly impressed me, and I'm sure Wrist as well, and I'm sure also the viewers. So, very nice stuff from you. Is there anything that you'd like to shout out? Any sort of personal plug, shout outs, anything like that? Also, just to quickly before that, Seagull's. I just want to note that Seagull's maximum heat. Seagull's thumbnails are crazy. They're just crazy, and he's decided that this is his shout out slash plug. Anyway, Trash Lapras, go ahead with your shout out slash plugs.
I guess you can follow my Twitch. I don't really stream, but maybe I will if you want to do that. Cool. But no, not really. Thanks to everyone cheering me on. My friends, I know Laura's in there. She's been going hard all weekend. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's really it.
All right, fantastic. Then we are going to go off to a little bit of a break, just a short little break, before we come back with the finals of before we come back with the finals of Hyper Delivery #1. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And welcome back to the finals of Hyper Delivery number 1. We are here with Ananka and Webs 2D. Take it away, Rest.
Yes, indeed. We've seen these two race earlier today, and now we're here for the finals. I think there's too much more that needs to be said. They're both world record runners, both incredibly skilled. One was formerly retired, but it doesn't seem to have slowed him down in the slightest. So we'll see what happens. Y'all, how are you doing?
Doing okay.
Yeah, all right. Not too tired yet.
Right, and hopefully we won't have any disastrous
God, I hope.
technical difficulties. Fingers crossed
SSD
for your
orbiting.
sake.
SSD soon.
Well, Naka, why don't we start with you then? Please name the 4 aspects you are bringing to the table.
My 4 aspects will be Achilles Spear, Arrow Bow, Dem Fists, and Eris Rail.
Okey-doke. I will be banning Hera.
Oh,
Interesting.
and
Oh,
so
and
the same
then-
question goes to Webs. What you got?
Right. My 4 are Achilles, Hera, Bayo, and Eris.
Right, and Ananka, I suspect I know what you're going to ban, but let me know.
Well, funny you say that. I'll be banning Hera Bow.
I knew it.
Interesting. This feels like collusion. But here we are. We're going to
My
be going
favorite
for some,
thing.
We're going to be going for
What are you
some
doing, bud?
pretty fast times here. So everybody get your mirrors, your keepsakes, and your starting seed ready.
The real reason I agreed to run Eris is because, well, I have to record BNT after this, and I don't want to be here forever.
Works.
We want this to be a blistering run. That's what we're looking for.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the lineup that you're using, even if you had a Hera or Beowulf, it would be like a world record contender lineup for 3 weapons. So this is going to be. I mean, yeah, I was thinking about the Eris being standard in this. So yeah, these are world record contender lineups that we're going to be handling. So would you like a text or an audio countdown?
I'll do audios.
All right, then.
ODZ for text.
Okay, then now that Ananka is out of there and on the pact, we are going to get this started in 3, 2, 1, go! And let's see how long.
And we're off.
Almost synchronized. Perfect.
I was going to say, I think we've been hovering at the mere 49x limit a little bit too long. Hopefully, maybe we'll see a sub 49. We'll see a 48 minutes something.
I mean, we have definitely the potential for it, given these aspects. Having Eris Rail in the pool is always nice for trying to pick up very solid times. So, starting out, oh, wow, okay, so we have the Artemis start out of Webs and the Poseidon start out of Ananka. This is going to be very interesting because these are 2 of the best Achilles Spear players in the world, so we'll be able to see what the real difference in, like, Tartarus is between these 2 builds.
Yeah, and I think I remember you saying you favored Splash Dash a little bit over Attack.
I do personally, yes.
I mean, the AoE, the flat damage, is just all good. I mean, Webs has been doing pretty well with it, so this is a rare opportunity to get to see these sorts of things back to back.
That's true. That is very true. This is going to be a very interesting race. Very, very interesting race.
Roll. Ananka rolled
Picking
into Epic Cast.
Yeah, epic phalanx shot. Always nice to see. Neither of them have picked up their secondary god yet. For Ananka, looking for Artemis. For Webs, looking for that Poseidon. But they both have some nice sub-gods. Not getting exactly what he wants out of Demeter, but, you know, Nourished Soul is still a pretty solid pickup.
even still, no natural Athena or no natural Artemis for either of them. So, like, all being said, looks like they're kind of still working on the same foot.
Yeah, it's pretty much even here. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Aphrodite coming in here. So the pool for Ananka actually is Aphrodite, Poseidon, and Aphrodite, Poseidon, and Athena. Whereas on the other side we have Artemis and Demeter.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's anything else there for Webs.
I don't think I saw anything else either. So, I mean, we'll see what the final shop has. They've used up their mini bosses, so the next god they're going to see is probably just going to be the one in the end shop. We'll see how that goes.
And we are seeing a Chamber 12 Chaos Gate available for Webs over on this side. So there is going to be a skipped Chamber 12 here.
Paying for it a little bit with Unarmored Witches, though.
That is true, which means that Ananka is going to be entering Chamber 12 a little bit faster. So we'll see what the relative time is. It's going to certainly be faster for Webs, but not by as much as we otherwise might see. Yeah, this is a reasonable Chamber 12 for Ananka. Actually pretty fast. Spawns are pretty good here. So yeah, they're entering, despite the Chamber 12 free room, they are entering at a pretty similar time. The big unfortunate thing is that Ananka's boon pool is sadly full now, and he is going to have to force a fifth god with that Artemis.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Webs does pick up Hunter's Mark. It's not going to do anything from here, but that's already some big AoE.
Absolutely. As far as the Furies go, this is pretty similar. Tisiphone is thought to be a little bit slower than Electo, but Electo also is very annoying.
Dangerous.
Yeah, and very dangerous. So
one thing that I think is worth pointing out from a mechanical level, and this is something that I as I've mentioned before, I haven't spent too much time. Even though Nanka entered later, he did actually end up clearing first, so a little bit
absolutely.
As I was saying, even though I've kind of been, avoiding Achilles for the reset reasons, one thing that I think is worth pointing out mechanically is how they use the special, not only to like reset their buffs, but also to give them movement, not just in these empty rooms, but in like combats, because they can save their dashes for like damage as opposed to like traversing the room, which is like really subtle because it happens so fast. Like actually really high APM, I'd imagine.
Oh yes.
I wouldn't know because I don't play the weapon too much, but just thinking about it makes my head spin a little bit.
Yeah, as an Achilles Spear player, this is a extremely high APM weapon, and something that I actually note is a big point of differentiation between the like fine Achilles Spear players and the really good ones, like Ananka, Webs, myself maybe, is that it's about that utilization of the special and how you space your mobility options. Like using the special to be able to get places quickly and reset your different animations, all sorts of different little things with that special that are extremely useful.
Yeah, because it basically just looks like 100% dash up time, even though you're just using your special.
It's honestly to the point, because I play so many Achilles resets at the beginning of my runs, usually, it's to the point where I play other weapons and I'm like, God, this feels slow. Just the moving around everywhere feels slow.
You mean having a recovery time on your attacks and dashes is slow?
Yes. Also, Web's getting a Chaos Gate coming out of this 21 mini-boss, meaning that he's going to be skipping Chamber 22, which is very nice. Very, very nice here.
It's the second end of Biome Chamber he's skipped so far. We'll see if he can make it a hat trick for Elysium.
But missing the title dash, picking up Tempest Flourish instead.
Well, at least he has Hunter's Mark, so he's... I mean, he'll be okay, I guess, but I mean, obviously that hurts. That hurts a lot.
That does, in fact.
He has another chance,
another one,
though?
another chance.
Oh
no!
You can't press the button even. No, you can't reroll.
Picking up
Tempest.
Breaking Wave. Oh, that's hilarious. Picking up Breaking Wave for his Tempest Flourish. Hopefully he can pick up Tidal Dash, and then everything will be pretty solid there. But at the very least, for Ananka picking up a free Artemis here, going into the final chamber of, going into the boss fight, actually. Has a hyper sprint. I believe they both have hyper sprint at this point.
No rush delivery for either one of them, though. And God, Webbs is going to lose time, right? He has, just categorically speaking, less damage.
That's true. No cast. Like, the only other core boom that's full is with that Tempest Flourish. Just not anywhere near as much damage in this build, but still managing to kill Lerny pretty quickly.
Eating the last minute death, that one hurts.
That one definitely hurts, but is still exiting Lerny a little bit ahead. Sitting at, let's see, on the exit, it's probably going to be about 7:35.
Yeah, 7:35.
7:35. So I would assume that he's got, yeah, it's got to be about a 10-second lead, maybe a little bit more than that. 7:46. Yep, 10 seconds. So hopefully he can pick up that title dash and start to really work his way through rooms. This is something that I've always been afraid of on the Deadly Strike start, is just that you don't really need an attack on Achilles Spear. I mean, you'd like one, but you don't need one, whereas you really do need the title dash in a lot of cases.
I think you start feeling the loss of AoE once you get into later biomes. At least that's what I would expect is happening.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it. It's just the AoE.
Oop, second Hermes, though. Hyper delivery incoming, maybe. I mean, it looks like he's actually getting a little bit of use out of his breaking wave as well. I've been seeing a few enemies sort of bounce against barriers and walls because, I mean, he is pressing the special button. It is hitting enemies. It's not big, but it's at least happening. Okay.
Yeah, it's happening. Is it super useful? I don't know if I'd say that, but it is happening. Regardless, Ananka was able to pick up hyper delivery at common, so he is pretty much set for the rest of the run. Let's see about Webbs. Oh,
wrong purple boon, wrong boon.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. At this point, Webbs has kind of severely been punished for that first boon, going directly into an Asterius.
Yeah, and I don't know if he'd seen another mini boss, but I feel like you have to skip that and roll for another Poseidon.
Yeah, I would say so, but even still, it's such a small thing. It's really hard to make decisions like that in the moment, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he just desperately needs that Poseidon dash though, and
yeah,
I mean, his best chance is probably those mini bosses, because past that, I think the next time he's going to be able to see a boon is, unless he gets really lucky with the final chambers, it's going to be the end shop.
Yeah.
Felt that.
See, picking up Snowburst here. I mean, it's not going to do too much, but it is a little bit of AoE. It does help solve his problems a little bit.
You can really see. Ananka's making really good use of his one Athena cast. Saw just him clearing a huge group of enemies with a single 600 damage Phalanx shot.
That's right. It's honestly, I mean, there's a reason why Achilles is like a half cast weapon, or can be played as a full cast weapon. It is just getting breaking wave there.
Yeah.
It is a very solid weapon with casts, and being able to utilize them effectively is very nice.
I was about to say Ananka taking the lead, but I mean, he's still kind of in the lead because he did enter this room first, but the chamber numbers are still the same.
Yes, that they are. So, I mean, despite Webbs's, despite the struggles that Webbs has been dealing with, keeping it very close, very, very close.
Yeah, and as we saw with the last run between Seagull and Trash, I mean, the game can give as readily as it takes. So the best you can do is make the best of your situation and just get ready for whatever the game throws at you next.
Yeah, it ain't over until until something really terrible happens, basically.
It ain't over until
minutes
Elysium on the third run, sort of.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, once we hit Elysium on the third run, or the end, I should say, of Elysium. Excuse me. Once we hit the end of Elysium on our third run, we generally know who is going to be coming out on top, unless it's very close. But this early, there's no way to call it.
Mhm. All we can say is that Ananka is entering the hero's fight before Webbs has managed to finish his final room. Still close,
Yes.
but we're losing time. Taking the special.
Taking the heroic special. Red Boon, good. Red Boon, good.
Deadly reversal. Deadly reversal.
Oh my god. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Also, a quick note, Ananka did in fact move by the through the special to exit the room, and did in fact go by the supportive shade. So giving the supportive shade a little bit of support, I suppose.
It's probably like in Megamind where he goes. Was it Brad Pitt who played the superhero? He says, "I love you too, random citizen." That's basically what's going on.
I actually haven't seen Megamind.
You haven't seen Megamind? It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's on the list of movies that my chat has been like, you have to watch this. I'm like, okay, I'll figure it out.
I'm not sure it's like
It'll
a
happen
must
sometime.
watch, but it's like, you know, it's good to know whenever someone says, "I love you too, random citizen." That's what you're getting. That's what you're dealing with.
Gotcha. Well, regardless, we are pushing our way through sticks on both of these runs now. Well, I mean, Webb will be in a second. Oh, look at that crazy breaking wave damage on the giant rat. Very, very nice. Rolling for +2 dashes, hyper delivery, and +2 dashes.
That's time positive.
Ananka kind of has it all.
It's no use.
I would say that is a generally positive thing to have. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, the best Webbs can
This
do now
is-
is just try to lose as little time as possible.
Exactly. This is peak Achilles that we are watching here. As kind of the works.
Yeah, rarely seen 3 Hermes. I think Ananka. Wait, did Ananka do something similar in previous runs? I know the run where he basically world recorded on, or got close to world recording on Achilles with no attack boon had something similar. Where it was like 3 Hermes, all the best, all purple.
Yeah, I mean, Hermes, the more that we play this game, the more that we develop the meta for this game, the more it feels like Hermes is the most important thing. Hey, Tidal Dash actually picked up 4 Webbs at this point.
Nice.
Does that breaking wave is going to actually be useful
True.
here.
Epic breaking wave.
Again, we're on the not lose too much time plan, and that will
This
help.
plays into it.
Yeah. The more that we develop the metagame for this game, I feel like the more that Hermes becomes the thing, right? Is that, like, what you get out of Hermes determines a lot of your run.
It's so powerful, and in a way, it's like the single biggest argument for taking God's Pride, which is something that we shifted over to after sort of camping God's Legacy for a while.
Yeah, and then there's also been like this innovation within God's Legacy, you know? Like God's Legacy has been making a resurgence recently.
At least for Haribo, yeah.
Yeah, for a couple of different weapons. It's just like that and Poseidon Sword, I think, are kind of the big ones.
Turns out dual boons and legendaries are good.
Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
We're gonna get to see some peak Achilles destroying
It is
Hades.
Such good damage.
And I think the individual hits of wait, does he have support fire? No. I was gonna say the
Webbs
hits of
has
support
support
fire.
fire.
Will, yeah. I was gonna say the individual hits of support fire also help with the Hades call. I noticed that Ananka's not the one with it. Webbs is.
No, Ananka just has hyper sprint, rush delivery, and +2 dashes. So like, I don't think it really needs it. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Just gonna face tank your way through those lasers. Didn't actually end up taking a Death Defiant. Saved that little bit of time. And that is a 16-18.
2 HP. Leaving as Webbs is entering.
Yeah. So Ananka is about a little over a minute ahead at this point.
Mm. which is no small amount. Although, again, to to be quite fair, and sort of echoing what happened to Seagull, this build was a disaster in terms of RNG.
That's true. Minute leads also can be brought back via disastrous RNG very easily, as we saw in Seagull versus Trash Lapras.
Indeed, we'll be studying Seagull and Trash Lapras's run for centuries to come, I think, in developing Hades technology.
Yeah, also, it looks like Webbs was able to pick up at least +2 dashes in the end shop. So still very good damage coming out of this.
Come on, get up.
Trying to fish. Webbs, you can't fish while there are foes nearby.
Ah, but you can try.
Indeed. Anaka is starting up on Demeter Fist as well, just in the corner.
That's right.
Is that an Epic Doom? I think that's an Epic Doom.
Oh, if Anaka got Epic Doom with God's Legacy, that's blessed.
I have no way of knowing if this is God's Legacy.
True. I would assume that it is, though.
You never know. Maybe he's hunting for a reroll. I mean, he's playing Demeter Fist. This is hunting for a high roll. This is as high rolly as it gets, right? So
Fair
I don't know.
enough.
Maybe he's pushing for it. It's only one. It's only one duo boon. How hard can it be to get one duo boon, right?
You know, you say that.
You just have to get lucky.
Regardless. Yeah, okay. Regardless, 16-18 versus 17-20, I believe. So we are about a minute behind from Webbs. Let's see what Ananka can pick up in this Tartarus. Ends up going into a Dionysus. Not what you want to be getting, but he does have the Epic Doom and he does have Explosive Upper, which is going to do a lot of work here.
And honestly, if Ananka were anyone else, I would say that Beowulf absolutely has the edge in terms of clear speed. But this is Ananka on fists. We said earlier, he's really, really good with them. He really loves the weapon. So I honestly don't know who to give the edge to in terms of speed. The only thing we're really looking for, I guess, is how lucky Ananka is going to get. And since this room wasn't a natural Athena, I don't know. We may not see that. Although I'm sort of eating my words because Webbs has gone for Eris and not Beowulf. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, but we'll see the Eris. We'll basically be able to compare those times later. At the very least, Eris is a commonality between the two runs, so we will be seeing Ananka on Eris once he finishes this run. We're currently at a 3-god pool right now.
Yeah.
So unless there is a natural Athena here in the next couple of rooms, it's actually kind of looking a little shaky. Could get forced into a 4-god pool. And here's one of the things. Like, recently we've been going like, 5-god pools, they're okay. But there's one sort of circumstance where you don't want it, which is on weapons that need a particular duo.
Oh, yeah.
Because it reduces the chance of you seeing the gods that you want. Going for this trial here. Very interesting.
Move.
Picking up
Urge to kill,
I guess.
Immediately not worth it.
Yeah.
I guess he was hoping for either Dire Misfortune or and Armored Witches.
And got the worst spawn possible.
Well, if Webbs has catch up, this is where it is. Well, I think we've seen enough runs now where having a really powerful Doom can kind of carry you for a while. I mean, obviously it won't be as good as like a fully stacked Merciful End build, but it can at least get you there without. Oh, there's the Natural Athena!
Natural Athena! Oh, Ananka
Blessed.
blessed by RNGesus right there at the last possible second.
Run save, but Webbs is also a little bit blessed. He has a really nice spoon pool going into this. He's got natural splash dash. He's got Artemis special. I can't quite tell if he has anything else going from it. Looks like he had a Demeter as well. So he, if I'm reading, yeah, he has Snowburst. So he's got a full pool, and this is almost as optimal as it gets.
Yeah, I can't see a hammer yet. I don't know if he's seen one or if he just had to take a like flurry fire or something.
He has 12 ammo, so I don't think we're there. He probably hasn't seen one.
Well, we will see if he can pick up a good hammer like Rocket Bomb or Cluster Bomb. Cluster Rockets is such a big X factor in these runs. We'll see if that sort of thing can pop up. So
Well, if he's gonna find a hammer, it's gonna be late, which kind of sucks.
yeah, that is true. Grabbing a Poseidon here in chamber 13. Let's see, picking up Flood Shot. Now maybe the next Mirage Shot that comes up, if it comes up, could actually be something of interest. But looks like Ananka at this point just making his way through Asphodel using Explosive Upper to great effect.
Explosive Upper is so big. For a while, I think we were of the mind that hammers don't really matter too much on fists, and in a way, Merciful End doesn't really care, but it's that pre-Merciful End time that really wants to get like Explosive Upper or at least breaching cross to supplement the damage going forward.
Yeah, and it's basically how long does it take you to find that Merciful End? That is what you're.
Get that answer to that question.
Also,
there it is.
There it is. Merciful End, chamber 18. So now he's just looking for the dash. If he can find the dash, it'll be great. The Explosive Upper is still going to be useful for right now because the dash is not on deck. We'll see how long it takes for Ananka to get it. It could be now, it could be never.
Yeah, but like it's a real blessing not to have to reroll so hard for it too. He still has 5 rerolls. That's going to be great for finding great Hermes. As long as he doesn't get completely screwed by Athena offerings, he'll be good to go.
That's true, and God, I wish this were me because I have. Oh God, it's perfect. It's perfect.
It doesn't even matter. You find it in the shop. There it is. Build online.
The number of times where I've gotten natural like Merciful End and Tartarus and then not found the dash ever in the rest of the run. Oh boy, so glad that's not happening to Ananka right now.
Blurst, as I think we call those runs.
Yes. Yes. Going into into a chamber 22 free room as well.
+3 dashes for webs.
That's really good. That's very solid.
Close. I wish I had his Beowulf run up to see back-to-back sort of what's going on in terms of luck, because I mean this is a good Eris run, but I mean,
and we have Delta Chamber picked up.
I have to say.
I like Delta Chamber.
I don't.
I think it's like obviously you want to take any other hammer, but if you're just offered poopy hammers, you might as well just take the thing that allows you to hold down the attack button.
Really? Over Triple Bomb?
Maybe. So I actually do kind of like Triple Bomb. I probably favor Triple Bomb over Delta Chamber, but some people don't like playing with Delta Chamber with Triple Bomb. I understand it because there's just so many like dumb inputs you have to make because as a controller player, because the game kind of just takes the wheel and does what it wants.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just have a I have a propensity for pressing buttons fast, so whenever I see Triple Bomb, I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but it allows me to press lots of buttons very quickly, so might as well be fine.
You see, I am a Path of Exile player, so this means I want to press as few buttons as possible, as few times as possible. So now you know where my love for Delta Chamber comes from. I want to hold that.
I understand.
Button.
Yeah, you want to hold down the button and watch things go burr.
Exactly. That's all I want with life.
Let's see what happens.
Regardless, we're seeing this chamber, this beginning of the Elysium free room coming in from Ananka. Ananka having very solid room and boon luck across the entirety of this. Webs, honestly, still on a very good Eris Rail run. Delta chambering it up in the Lerny fight. Blasting his way through things, probably going to come in sub 8 if we had the, like, you know, minus the house splits.
Yeah, it looks like about sub 8. Ananka's getting such a blessed run too, finding Patty, finding that early Chaos Gate. Obviously you want the end of Elysium skip, but the start of Elysium skip ain't nothing to sneeze at either.
That's true. I do believe that... Did he see the mid shot?
I don't think so. I was too busy staring at webs, splashing into Lerny's face.
If Ananka has seen the mid shop, great. If he hasn't, then he's missing it right now. He did, okay, never mind. He's seen the mid shop, so he is totally fine.
So he did
Regardless, absolutely sick damage against Asterius. Watching that bull's health bar melt.
I don't think he has Impending Doom though. That's like the one piece of the puzzle that's missing. If you want to say that he really needs something else.
Yeah, he's also missing Hermes stuff. He doesn't have any dashes. He doesn't have hyper sprint rush delivery. He's just working on 2 dashes, no impending doom. So there are things that could be better, but still a very solid run coming out of him right now.
That's really the best part about Merciful Unbuild, right? They're never truly complete. There's always something, you know, that gets you there.
I don't know. I've had the complete Merciful End a couple of times, and they were all really bad.
Okay, well, it's been a while for me, right? Although you've kind of been pioneering like starting all weapons runs with fists, right? So you've probably got a bit of an advantage on me there.
Pioneering is an interesting word for it. I at the very least was agreeing with other people who said that it was good. So regardless, we have Asterius going down to webs. Chamber 30, looking very solid. Still 4 chambers behind. The lead from Ananka has been staying stable at the very least. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens on Eris Rail because Ananka is known for being extremely good at Eris. So we'll see if he can, finish this up strong.
Splitting bolt.
Getting splitting bolt.
Oh god, it's so cursed. Oh, there's Impending Doom.
That's Splitting Bolt Zeus cast. Of course, the one time to get it Splitting Bolt in this whole freaking tournament, it's on a dang Zeus cast.
I don't like it here. Extra 40 damage on the cast. We're popping off. Feeling good.
Yes.
Webs would have liked that.
Our epic level 2 Zeus cast now does 160 damage instead of, just like 130 damage instead of 90.
Still Ananka getting out at sub 11, which is really fast. Especially for, I think still in my mind, fists are slower than other weapons on average. So seeing like a sub 11 kind of like doesn't make much sense to my brain.
Yeah. I don't know. At least
on average. Maybe on average for me in any case.
The thing is, Ananka is just so good at fists. He's just so good at fists. He's able to pull off things with fists that I think the only person that I've ever seen pull off these kinds of numbers is Webs, the person on the other side of the screen. So it's kind of ridiculous the level that Ananka has achieved. Yeah, these two. When Webs is playing more, these two were kind of like the known masters of fists.
And Webs did come out with I think a faster exit than Ananka. So I mean, it is the Eris Rail time, but at the very least on this run, he is gaining a little bit of ground. Yes, he is gaining a little bit of ground. It looks like he has gained about 30 seconds on Ananka at this point, taking the lead of 1:10 down to just a lead of about 40 seconds. We'll see, though. We have Eris Rail coming up for Ananka, and we have Beowulf on the other side. So, amazing. It's gonna be tough. Yeah, a really amazing Beowulf run versus a, kind of okay Eris run could still make it up, but it's gonna be hard. It's gonna have to be amazing. Yeah, this is gonna have to be quite the finish. Yeah, I mean, Ananka playing his heart out. He's got Rocket Bomb. He's got a decent level on the dash. I think he has Jolted. I think I've seen Jolted. Yeah, I believe he does. Not yet. Yeah, no, still doing great work. We'll see how this goes. Dashing his way out of the area, going into his third Styx path right as Ananka finishes up here, picking up Flying Cutter again. The second Flying Cutter from Ananka in this tournament. What are you doing? I want to see at least one charged up flying cutter. Ananka, if you're listening, you probably shouldn't be because your internet might poop out. But before you turn it off, I want to see it. Charge it up.
If this is, I see the chat saying something, and I want to see if this is true. Want to? Yes.
Oh no, Webb said the wrong
Webb's
one. The
missed
2-sack
a mini
mentality. Oh.
Oh no, that's not recoverable. I don't think.
That's not good. That's.
Yeah, that's gonna be real hard to recover. Ouch. These are small little mistakes, but I guess that one's kind of a major one. Regardless, that's gonna be.
It's
F
not
in the chat for
quite.
Webbs.
It's not quite a taking Mistral dash mistake, but it is like an order of magnitude below that.
Yeah. I mean, on a forced 3-sack, when the 2-sack mentality doesn't mean anything, it's gonna be. Yeah, it's just never correct to do something like that. But you know, here we are. This is the race that we're in. We'll just have to see. It's really down to can Ananka just get a good Eris rail run. Ananka clearing out at 32-43. Not actually the fastest weapon 2 clear we've seen from him during this tournament, which is wild, by the way. But
This is slow for Ananka.
oh my lord. But we are going into the third weapon, Eris rail for him, right as Webbs is entering Hades at 33-04.
Yeah, so a whole boss fight behind at this point. And this will be a pretty fast boss fight. He does have all that stuff I mentioned. He's got the rocket bomb. I think he has targeting system as well. I think I've been seeing the reticle. It's so hard to see with all this stuff.
Delta
happening.
chamber.
Oh, that's right. It is
Delta
Delta
chamber
chamber.
rocket bomb.
That's right. I forgot about that one.
Yep. So he has a very good build. It's getting really unlucky with these stealth, so.
Yeah. And I was like vaguely curious as to what Ananka did have on his mirror. I forgot to stare at it. I don't know if he changed it or not, but how he found an Epic Doom is beyond me. I never.
It happens occasionally. It's it's only like what, like a 10% chance or something, 5%.
Like that, or like 13%, or sort of with keepsake bonus.
Yeah, with keepsake bonus, it's like 13%, somewhere around there. Regardless, coming out 34-10 for Webbs, about a minute 10 behind. So we will see if he can make this up on Beowulf, or if rocket bomb picked up for Ananka, not looking good for Webbs.
I'm not sure about this one. Oof.
Yeah. Oh, and epic attack. Yeesh.
Yeah, Ananka's popping off. If there's one thing you don't want the fist run to be as fast as your rail run.
Yeah, that's not going to do well for you, because you really want the rail. You know the fist run is going to be a bit. I don't know. It's going to be a bit slower than the rail run. So this is kind of looking like curtains for Webbs. But who knows? Weirder things have happened.
Hey, this is like we've seen some downsides of some more high rolly moves where it doesn't work out, but we've also seen some instances where it does work. And like, it's one of those things where as long as you know the risk you're taking, you can take it. And there's an Artemis.
Yeah, it was a natural Artemis. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. As Ananka becomes a slideshow for Justo. And he's teleporting.
He's just that fast.
Yeah, he has unlocked an ability called Instant Transmission that allows him to teleport around the battlefield with the greatest of ease. No, in all seriousness, Ananka may be having a couple of internet flubs, but it's not a major thing.
Not as bad as what happened before. Chamber 11 skip.
However, you know what? Actually, on Eris, it doesn't really matter that his boon pool's full.
Yeah, we're not looking for any particular duo boons. I mean, if you want to, I always like to say, extra family favorites damage, 5%. You know, bigger boon pool. It's got to be.
Well, regardless, doing very solid in Tartarus here. Looking like entering... What?
Not enough cash. Webbs walked by Natural Artemis because he only has 95.
Ooh.
Oh, you hate to see
Ouch,
it.
that's brutal.
I don't know why he doesn't have very much money either. I saw him take a chaos a little bit earlier. The screen was minimized, so I couldn't see. But maybe he took a no money curse. That's a guess. I can only speculate.
Potentially.
But like having sub 100 gold by mid shop is.
See you back home.
Oof.
It's no use.
Well, regardless, we are entering into the very last stretches of this area of Tartarus for Webbs, looking to be enough behind Ananka that things are looking pretty rough here. Ananka taking the Poseidon Keepsake, I would assume, going into Asphodel. There it is. Poseidon Keepsake going into Asphodel, going to be looking for that title dash, and then it will be build complete.
Yeah, pretty much. His build is going to be a little bit later than Webbs's was, but it's going to be on the large identical.
Yeah, I think the one thing that he is getting that's going to be make his build a little bit superior is he does have Rocket Bomb. So, whereas Webbs started out with Delta Chamber.
To Eurydice as well.
Going to Eurydice, probably going to be grabbing Refreshing Nectar. Yep, going to be trying to find good Hermes boons, Hyper Sprint, Rush Delivery, plus dashes. The works.
You know it. And maybe Epic Special.
Oh, Epic Special speed.
I honestly didn't even know what it did until I think a medic pointed it out in one of his streams. Like, yeah, special speed is really good with Rocket Bomb because you can just press the button more.
Yeah, it just reduces the cooldown.
It does do something a little bit stupider for Lucifer, which even though Webbs isn't playing it now, we can still briefly mention it. Where the thing that Hermes special speed speeds up isn't the speed at which the bombs come out; it's the speed at which they pulse. And I don't know what Amir was smoking when he made that decision, but
well, I mean, also. The pulse has never been the thing that's been important about Lucifer. It's the explosion. No. Also, picking up that epic title dash, Ananka is build complete, ready to be gaming. Also, I believe he's picked up +2 dashes.
Looks like it. Yeah, Webbs was unable to find anything really, really good in Tartarus. Wasn't able to find natural. Oh, he was able to find natural Athena. Just he couldn't pick it. Or Argus, he couldn't pick it up though. So.
Yeah, looking pretty rough. But regardless, really great showing from Webbs. Really great showing from Webbs. We are probably just gonna see. Oh my God! Look at how fast Ananka is blazing through this. He's almost at a biome lap. He is already at Lerny.
This is like a 6:30 Lerny entrance, which is bananas.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I even like major root skips either.
No, not really. Just really good play, really good build, good spawns in general. Just very, very solid run coming out from Ananka here.
And like perfect dashes. I don't think he's missed a dash.
Yeah.
Which is something that I can't say that I do on a regular basis.
Nope, neither can I.
And Webbs
regardless,
picking up the Artemis before the mid shop, and it looks like it'll be before the mini boss as well. So he'll have a chance of finding Mirage Shot before he leaves Asphodel, which will be pretty good because you really want to get through those phases.
True that. Picking this up, finding Athena, not what you want. Holy Shield into a Dionysus. Yeah. That's not what he wanted here.
He still has the end shop.
True.
And if he didn't have a full boon pool before now, he does now.
Yeah. I don't remember. Did he pick up any god besides... I don't know if he has 4 or 5 gods in his pool now.
I feel like this is a 5 god pool, but I'm not totally sure. I think my brain says I'm seeing Heaven's Vengeance popping out every so often, but I actually have no knowing.
You could be right about that, which does make it harder to get Mirage Shot, but who knows? He could actually just high roll into it immediately.
Just get lucky. Just find it.
Just get lucky. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Rerolls to find Merciful End, and why would you?
Remember, luck is a skill.
Indeed.
Ananka picking up special speed to go alongside his +2 dashes. This is the best time for special speed. Generally, when you don't, when you already have, dashes, you don't really get any value out of like hyper sprint. Hyper sprint is fine, but like it's not gonna really boost your run. So, picking up Hunter's Mark. I don't think he's seen his second hammer yet. Let me check. Let's see if the document's been updated at all. It has not. So I do not know if he's seen his second hammer yet. We will be looking out for it to see if he can pick up cluster rockets for the second time of this run, or of this tournament.
Yeah. In any case, I don't think he needs it. Any hammers that he pick up, any great advantages he picks up are going to be purely for the time flex, to see if he can beat his own time, which I think was
also he apparently did. He just got Seeking Fire.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Twitch chat.
Thanks, Twitch chat. We have to watch a lot of stuff, and it means sometimes we miss things. Yeah. Regardless, we are
not quite up
chamber. Not quite. Chamber 33 for Ananka. Chamber 25 for Webs. Coming into Chamber 34, should be able to clear out this pretty quickly. Yeah, spawn's not the best, but it is still fine. Armored archers is, not great, but better than like unarmored archers,
Better if you have mobility, which, I mean, he does. If he didn't have extra dashes, those armored archers might be a little bit more of a pain, but just kind of bouncing in between them with relative ease.
That he is. Going into the heroes fight. We'll see how this goes.
Going the premium vintage.
Well, it's a time loss.
True.
From picking up the nectar. Hey, getting hyper delivery
Nice.
for Webs here. Weapons of the 2D.
It doesn't look like does he have Mirage Shot? I can't tell. I'm not sure if he picked it up in at the end of Asphodel. I don't think he did. So that's probably still something he's looking for.
Yeah, very likely. Oh boy.
Someone in the chat is saying, who behind the community is doing production work on this? I know Satan is doing a lot of work. That is actually not true at all. Satan has been there as a physical presence.
Yeah, Satan has not been doing a lot of work. Satan has been on the cast, but has not been doing basically anything. So, and Museus is also here, doing a lot of production work for this. Oh my god. Regardless, Webb's clearing his way through Elysium with Ananka. Yeah, blasting his way through Styx. We'll see how quickly Ananka can clean up this run. I believe it was like a low. It was like a 10xx Elysium. Very fast time.
This is gonna be fast. I think his fastest time recorded here was like a 49:05 or something along those lines. And I'm definitely feeling him beating that. I think this is totally possible.
Oh yeah, no, I mean he's in chamber 48. It's a 46:01. He'll probably be in the 48s here for sure. We're not going to see 47, but
kind of a stinky bother fight for him though.
Yeah, 34. Hey, 34 patty for for Webs. Honestly, Webs could come in like the low 50s here.
There's the Mirage shot right when he needs it.
Oh, well, yeah, right when he needs it in quotation marks.
Right when you really need. I mean, obviously you want it whenever, but it's when you're contending with really big health enemies like bosses that you want that big damage boost.
Absolutely.
God, Anka, get out of there. Give us the best time possible. Oh, he's taking the hammer. Cluster bomb? What we got cluster bomb. What was replaced for it?
I don't know.
Oh, he has cluster bombs. Wait, does he? No. Wait.
Does he have cluster rockets? We don't know.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Let's
Holding my breath on it here, but he's definitely going to beat his 49-minute time. That much is absolutely for sure. The question is just by how much.
Yeah, it's 48 something. Oh, yep, he has cluster rockets.
There it is. It comes back.
Yep, he threw away Seeking Fire, ended up getting cluster rockets. This is the first time we have ever seen Anvil go absolutely off. And he megs the... he megs late and megs the Shieldman.
And he has special speed. He has special speed too, right? So this is like optimal. This is optimal.
It's optimal. I mean, I don't know what his third hammer is. We'll see it on the finishing screen.
Oh, not quite sub 480 or 48.
Yeah, very close. Very close to sub 48. 48.06.
Basically exactly a minute faster than his next fastest time. So now we're off to see Webs close this one out. He picks the right door this time. Thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
God bless.
God bless the Webs 2D. All right. We are going to be finishing up this run. I am so happy that this tournament happened. This has been an absolute blast.
That is a big weekend of gaming. A concentrated infusion, if you will, of video games at high speeds.
Yes. We put our video games into a blender, we blended it, we distilled it down to the essence of video games, and then we just drank it all like an espresso.
I prefer just mainline it, just like, give me 300 cc's of Hades speed.
300. I need 300 cc's of Hades speedrunning stat!
What would the defibrillator
Also, looking there,
I guess that's us.
Rocket Bomb, Cluster Bomb, and Flurry Fire were actually the three.
It's just missing Delta Chamber.
I mean, yeah, if it had been Rocket Bomb, Cluster Bomb, Delta Chamber, that would have been absolutely ludicrous. I mean, the best would have been Rocket Bomb, Cluster Bomb targeting system.
Yeah, but I mean, even still,
for meme value.
Well, just coming in at a pretty good time. It's obviously no 48, but this will be if he works real hard, maybe it comes in before 51. It'll probably be a low 51.
Yeah, probably be a low 51 here. Very, very good time still. Coming into the sticks split, actually at 49-59, not exactly 50 flat, much to my dismay. I would love for just like the cleanliness of the layout for it to be 50 flat, but whatever.
Yeah, of course, big shouts to Seagull as well. We would not have gotten this incredible time if he had not chosen to do a sudden death match with Ananka to resolve the game technical problems that we were having. So this comes courtesy of more than one person.
Absolutely. Yeah, Seagull being an honorable sport, doing a sudden death match and allowing this to happen. This is very cool. Let's see if he cleans it up. Yeah, he's gonna come in a low 51 at this point.
Yeah. It's close, but kind of like Ananka's time where, it was right on the cusp. I think we're just going to be just a handful of seconds. There it is.
Yeah. 51.08. Fantastic. Hey there, Webs. came in right after you finished. Yeah, I had a feeling. So, talk about that run. Tell us about it.
No.
Okay. You know what? That's your right as a free-thinking individual.
I'll talk about it. I got
All right.
Well, I got owned on Achilles by getting no dash. Still fucking stinks.
Oh god, that's a vibe.
And then I owned myself on Eris by taking their own fucking tunnel. Which was still a low 15, by the way. It was always so.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But yeah. It was fun. This is still my best time for the tournament, funny enough. Anyways,
Great
GG's.
stuff. GG's.
Well,
Amazing gaming.
great stuff, Webs. Is there anything you'd like to do? Any shout outs, any plugs before we hand it over to Ananka?
I mean, if you want to come watch me play some casual shit on Twitch, you can do that. I'm not doing any more Hades after this, and I'm not doing any more favors for Timbo.
Understandable. It's been great having you, soldier.
Yeah.
Salute.
Absolutely. We love seeing Webs on here. Webs was a great contributor to the community when he decided to, when he was running. So great competitor, and we're always happy to have you, Webs. Regardless, moving over to the winner, Ananka, taking in first place with a absolutely wild time of 48:06. How do you feel that run went?
Again, it's brilliant. I guess. Like this was a really nice run, just like the other, the 49 or whatever it was. I'm glad I chose not to do Beowulf because Mirage Shot is cursed. It doesn't exist. Prove me wrong. Whereas Demeter Fists, I run God's Pride and I get Emmy.
Oh, you did run God's Pride.
Explain that one.
I can explain it. You're lucky.
Am
Come
I allowed
on,
to read the
Ananka.
call now?
No, it does make some legitimate sense to get Epic Doom Attack if you can, because it's still valuable. If you get Dire Misfortune, you can still get really fast times with Epic Doom Attack, based on my playing and experimentation with it. Eris Rail had Rocket first. It's lovely. Seeking 5 second doesn't really hurt too much, and then the Anvil at the end.
That was crazy.
That was sick.
Cluster rockets? I hated it.
I got Cluster Flurry off an Anvil. Replaced Seeking 5. It was very fun. No, I just felt like it just felt like the right thing to do at that point. My Achilles run also, it got Common Ardu and no dash still sticks as well. But it was, all the runs are all great for me, I'd say. And it was just great competition and everything. No computer problems, amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say.
Well, if you have any shout outs or plugs, this would be the time to do it.
You know what? Shoutouts to Webs 2D. The corniest thing to do. The absolute gamer that he is, the top, whatever you want to call it. No, it's great.
I like to consider myself the top viber.
You are the top viber. That's definitely uncontested. Shoutouts to Web Studios content. He's an amazing guy. Very entertaining and very
great
funny.
guy. Shoutouts to him.
Yeah, shoutouts to him. Yeah. Wonder what he will think right now. Apart from that, shoutouts to the Hades community for being really cool. We always turn up to events. We raid events in our own fashion and keep them lively. And it's great sportsmanship and everyone's really kind. And everyone's just entertained. Everyone wants to play Hades. It's a great environment we got, and I reckon it's strong to keep going, for a good time yet. One last shout out, I guess, is to the people working on the mods for Hades as well, because I think that's a crucial part to our development. Shout outs to big modding figures. There's Elo, Museus, I think Paradigm. There's so many facets of this game, right? And it's great that we develop all of them.
I don't know who Elo is. I fucked up my joke. Move on. What? Move on. I was gonna say I don't know who Museus is.
Anyway.
Moving on.
Just go, dude.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, I'm taking the mic and I'm running with it. Well,
running away.
I am Dunk Zero. I'm here with Wrist 13, and this has been Hyper Delivery put on by DragonSquad Esports. Big shout outs to the production team, not just, not shouting out myself or anything, but to Timbo and to Satan is a Chill Guy and to Museus for helping to put this thing together. Wrist and I may have done the voices, but we only did it because we were only able to do it because this whole thing was set up so well ahead of time. And yeah, we hope to be back for another one later. And thanks everyone for a great production. If you got anything else to say in closing, Wrist, now would be the time.
Yeah, obviously you can check both of us out at our respective Twitch channels, Dunk Zero for Dunk and Wrist 13 for me. If you want to watch any Smash content, Dragon Squad also does those pretty regularly as well. Just follow their socials to see when those are, if that's something you're interested in. And my someone is telling me that I can shout out. It's a shitty podcast called Blood and Talkness. It's a Hades speedrunning podcast run by a bunch of nerds. I don't know. Go listen to it or whatever. That's all I got to say.
Nice.
Well,
that's all I got.
Those were some wonderful shout outs, Wrist 13. And with that, we are going to be closing out Hyper Delivery #1. Thank you all for watching. This has been a great event, and see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.